right, hello, what is going on YouTube? Welcome. So I've been doing these Dreamsnap review streams for quite a while. This has been something we've been doing on Twitch for, I don't know, I would probably like a year now. But this is the first time I'm simultaneously broadcasting them to you guys here on YouTube. So during these Dreamsnap reviews, members of my community will submit Dream Snaps, which you'll see here in my Discord. There's a lot to look at today. I don't even know how many. We probably have like 60 or so Dream Snaps to review here. Now, since this is the first time I'm broadcasting my snap reviews for YouTube, I'm going to give you a quick rundown on exactly how this works. So during these reviews, the reason people are sending me their snaps is because they want an outside perspective, and they're wondering if there's any small changes or big changes they can do that could improve the snap and make it stronger and give them a better case chance for 4K. Of course, getting 4K will depend on what kind of voters you get, what you pop up against. I mean, there's a lot of random selfies out there, so if you pop up against those, as long as you do the theme, you can get 4K. But in other cases, if you pop up against strong snaps, it can, hinder your ability to get 4K. So since people are sending me these snaps in the hopes of improving, it's my job to provide critiques or find things that I think, may hold the snap back potentially. So if you're watching the stream and you're like, well, why is Senpai finding little issues to nitpick with these snaps? Well, because that's why people send them to me. So I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to help. And if you've never seen my snap content, I've done every single Dream Snap challenge we've ever had. I have a very, very good track record when it comes to getting 4K. Got 4K for like 2 years straight, and I would say probably 98% of my, well, maybe more like 95% of my Dream Snaps I got 4K. Every once in a while, you may get unlucky and miss one here or there. But yeah, I have a good track record with it. I've been in the top 3 a couple of times, but I honestly, I think that also has a lot to do with being a little lucky, because what you pop up against is going to determine that in a way. And sure, if you make like the best snap ever, it could beat everything it pops up against, and you can find yourself in rank 1. But in some cases, when you get, rank 2 or 3, I think in my case, I think they were good snaps, but I also think it was fortunate. Like, I got pretty lucky to be there. So, I'll just put that in there. Anyway, with that, the first thing we do in these streams is we discuss the description here. Oh, and moderators, if you guys can keep an eye on YouTube chat, my Twitch friends already know how this works, but while I'm reviewing these Dream Snaps, I'm not actively looking at chat. Now, in most of my streams, I'm consistently reading chat. I'm always looking at chat, but we have so many snaps to review. I'll come back and forth to chat, like every now and then. But if my YouTube mods, if somebody new comes in, if you can let them know that that's how it works during the snap reviews, that I'm going to be very fixated on discussing the snaps, or if people ask how to, join the review process, you can give them some insight into that. But yeah, I definitely need y'all's help when it comes to, managing YouTube today, since we're live on both platforms. All right. So this week's challenge is called Spring into Style, and it's a pretty popular theme this week. Welcome spring with color. Create vibrant floral spaces, put on your brightest flowery outfit, and celebrate the season's arrival. All right, so what we can gather from this is we're going to need floral spaces, which obviously means flowers, so flower decor or just flowers themselves. Outdoor is going to be nice here. There is, a little indoor photo as well that has like flowers and a floral rug, which you can do. I do think outdoor is going to be better though, because, we're welcoming spring and showcasing that spring environment, that spring weather is going to be a good play. Not only that, but it also asks you to put on your brightest flowery outfit. So we will definitely be looking for flowery outfits and celebrate the season's arrival. All right. So color, vibrancy, florals, a bright flowery outfit, pretty clear description here. So with that, let's go ahead and take a look at our first snap to review. First up, we have Sila. Let's see what we got here. All right, looks like you went with Pixie Acres. I think that is a fun destination. I love the big wish blossom you have here. Isabella Dress, strong choice, strong choice. And Rapunzel, I mentioned this in my YouTube video. Rapunzel is a great villager to highlight this week. I also mentioned Tinkerbell, and you're using both of them, so good job there. We got the bee pose here. A nice little backdrop. Now, one thing I think that could be helpful here is if you use your weather options, if you switch to just sunny weather, it might get rid of some of these clouds, because I'm looking at this beautiful bright blue you have in your backdrop, and I would love to see that over here on the left-hand side as well. When it comes to making a very colorful, very vibrant snap, I try to avoid having a lot of white or gray, and I do think one thing that would improve the overall quality of this snap is getting rid of this cloud structure here. And, you know, even on sunny weather, you're still going to get clouds popping up, but you can always wait them out. And another fun fact, if you go inside of a house and come back out, it can re-roll your clouds, so they will change a little bit. So you can always try that as well. Like if you switch to sunny weather and you still have some big white puffs, you can just go inside and see if that helps. Come back out. But yeah, I like the way you've structured the foreground. A lot of fun flowers here. Feels very spring-oriented. You got your lip done. You got some eyeshadow. The horse is a fun addition, especially since you put the floral wear on the horse. That's a good call. You got a lot of butterflies in the scene and a lot of vibrancy. So yeah, I think this hits the mark. I think this can definitely get 4K. Only, you know, small alteration I would consider would be trying to get more of this beautiful blue into that skyline backdrop. I think that would be something that could make the snap even stronger. Fancy Clam is next. All right, another adorable bee pose. This is going to be, that's another thing I talked about in the YouTube video about this challenge. That's another thing I think is going to really help with this week. The poses. Either the sunbird pose or the bee pose, I think are going to be really, really great options. But yeah, the bee is adorable. They're a bit newer, so I think they're wonderful, wonderful choice. Now for your snap here, Fancy Clam, I love this dress. A lot of people have been using this dress this week. It has great color, has a really good spring vibe, good florals. The bee pose is fun, like we mentioned. I like the pink eyeshadow, did good on the lip here. And both you and Sila, great job pushing that camera closer to the avatar. That's always going to help when a challenge is wanting us to show a certain style. So yeah, love how well we can see your fit here. Now, there is something I would recommend changing here. The foreground is great. I don't think you need to touch that at all. It looks good. I like these flowers down here. The butterfly flower on the right-hand side looks great. However, the one thing I would consider altering would be the trees you've chosen in the back. So these are the glade trees. You have like the swampy tree here. It's this very dark, like brownish green. And then you have these like, you know, ruffling, kind of also yellowish green trees. One thing that's associated very commonly with spring are these very vibrant, bright, healthy greens. And you have a lot of that in the foreground. Like this green right here is perfect. It balances with the dress really well. This darker green on the pieces of the river kit here works well. But these trees, they really take down the level of vibrancy and color you have. What I would recommend here, sorry for the weather here, would be some of the trees that offer a very vibrant green, because vibrancy was something the challenge talked about. So a great option would be, let me go a little further here, the simple maple. So as opposed to what you were using, those glade trees that have, you know, this kind of, like this is the color of the glade trees. They have this very pale kind of green, almost sickly. And then you have like the mossy trees. But for spring, getting those nice, bright, vibrant greens in there is going to be very, very nice. And you already have a beautiful setting. So not a lot, I think, you need to worry about with this snap. But the one thing I would do that I think would really improve the overall quality of this is choosing trees for your skyline back here that have more of a vibrant spring feel to them. So the rest of this is great, like the foreground here, the dress, the bee pose, really cute. But I would consider changing out the trees. Dreamer is next. And it looks like you have two for me here. There's this one. And then there's this one. I'll go ahead and tell you right now, this one is a no. This is fall. This is fall. You can't do this one. It's floral, but that, you know, the challenge was about more than flowers, Dreamer. You know, it's talking about the arrival of spring. The challenge title is Spring into Style. And the final sentence of the description said, welcome the season, you know, welcome spring. So you're going to want to avoid reds, oranges, and yellows. So let's get rid of this one. That's not going to be your best option. Now for your first one here, Tigger in the foreground is really fun. You got a good outfit here, good dress. Though you do have the camera pushed up and you haven't done your eyeshadow or your lip, I would consider that. Anytime you're going to get the camera closer to the avatar, it's a great opportunity to show off how well you created your design. So taking the time to do the eyeshadow and the lip, and you have these beautiful purple flowers adorning this dress here. So you could go with a purple eyeshadow and maybe a red lip or a dark red lip, like to complement it. Now you have the sunset lighting, so we have some nice deep blues in the sky. I like the sunflower back here. And you have this paving here. You have the scaly paving, this like green scale. And you know, green is good, but for this challenge being about spring, one thing that is kind of synonymous with spring is the blooming of flowers, you know, the return of nature, so to say. Things freeze over in the winter, leaves die off, and then in the spring, everything bursts back to life. So by using a lot of paving here, you're kind of robbing yourself of the opportunity of having some beautiful flowers around you, maybe some beautiful green grass. You do have some back here, but I would consider, you know, not doing all this paving here and instead embracing greenery and flowers and plants. Again, the outfit is fun. I love Tigger's presence here, and the magnolia pawns are a good touch. Now the house option, this is a decent house to use because it does have that greenery and it does have those flowers. So it is a good option. And the arch here does fit with the spring vibes, but I don't know if I would have it right in the center like that. Like if you want to highlight these magnolias, what you could do is use two separate arches, one on the far left-hand side, one on the far right-hand side, and that way you just have those magnolia blooms kind of coming in on the edge of your photo, and then we can see past a bit of this arch. The other thing, if you do want to use this arch, it looks like you're going for symmetry, like you have a pond here, the house in the middle, and the arch here, but you didn't frame it quite right if you're going for that. Because you see how the house is inside the arch, but it's on the right side of the inside, and then it's empty on the left-hand side. If you're going to go with a shot like this, you want to try to angle the camera to where the house is perfectly centered in the arch. It only takes a second. All you got to do is pivot just a little bit, but I would consider that. So those are the big takeaways here. I think the outfit is good, but I would do the makeup. I would either move the arch or center the house. And I would reconsider the way you've done your pathing down here. Again, you know, like we discussed in the YouTube video about this challenge, it's a great week to play up flowers. So pocket items in particular, not just from your landscaping. And it doesn't look like you dropped any pocket item flowers here. Every flower, every item you're using is from the furniture menu. So look at our first shots here. Notice how we have all these beautiful diverse flowers in the foreground. This is going to perform quite strongly because you got a wide array of colors. It has a great spring feel, and there's a lot of diversity in the florals of this environment. Like you have so many different types of flowers here, and it just, look at all the color and vibrancy that adds. Now you switch over here, and we just have this very dark green path. So what you could do, you know, scoot the pawns back a little bit, get rid of the pathing, and then play up the flowers a bit. And yeah, I would either move the arch or recenter. Dre G. Oh, these are beautiful, Dre. These are beautiful. We got one here and one here. So two options for Dre. Very fun. So we got this one in the Pixie Acres, the sunflower dress. Very nice, very nice. I don't think this is something we're going to see too much of this week, so it's different, it's fun, and it works with the challenge. I also like that you went with the jade bracelet just to incorporate some green into the look. That is a good choice. And the little sunflower tiara as well. The yellow eyeshadow to complement the sunflower look. The kind of dark red or darkish brown lip to match with the hair. The tan skin tone, all looking very nice. Great choice in villagers as well. Now, I don't know if you have the Rapunzel dream style. She has a spring dream style. If you have it, it would be great to use. If you don't have it, don't worry about it. But her spring dream style, she has a flower dress with flowers pouring all out of it. It looks really nice. So you might have it. Maybe you just forgot to change it. So if you do have it, I would definitely use it. But if you don't worry. Rapunzel's still strong even without it. I love the mini dream style you chose here. It's got plenty of florals on it. Tinkerbell, great choice with the little green dress. And I love the flower stall here with the lights hanging down. We have this beautiful purple silhouette behind the avatar. And I also like the foreground element here of these big bellflowers kind of hanging into the scene. And yeah, lots of diversity in the flowers. You're using what looks like the flower wheelbarrows in the foreground. Another thing I talked about in my YouTube breakdown for this week's theme. Those wheelbarrows are incredibly popular as foreground items because they come up to just the right height and they burst with a lot of green and beautiful colors. You also have a lot of pocket flowers, like you've dropped, you know, these poppy flowers here. You've got these sunflowers in the back kind of around you with your sunflower outfit. I love this snap. I don't think there's anything about this I would change. I think this is going to do very, very well. Now for your second one, this one is also really pretty. It's really cute. I like the outfit. The goose pose is adorable. You got a great shot of Rapunzel here. Beautiful rainbow. But as much as I love this snap, I don't think it's better than this one. I like all the greens here. We have so much vibrant green, and that's one thing that kind of comes to mind when you think spring. You know, when you see spring settings, you see a lot of beautiful, bright, vibrant greens paired with the flowers. I think this would still get 4K if you chose this one. It's a beautiful scene. It's a beautiful shot. But I think this one will rank even better. So this is the one I would choose between the two. But they're both good. They're both 4K worthy. And I think you did an excellent job, Dre. Well done. Mom Bear Games is next. So we got one here. And we got one here. Okay. Again, great choice for the dress. This is a really fun outfit. You did great with the hair and makeup. I like the little hat here as well. So good look. Good look. However, you know, there are a couple of little issues here. Like we mentioned earlier, when a Dreamsnap mentions vibrancy and color, one thing I really try to avoid is grays and whites. You don't want a lot of them. I would get rid of all this paving. So you're adding a lot of gray down here, and you're getting rid of a lot of the grass. You're getting rid of your ability to place flowers. So, you know, if we look at a snap like this, you don't need to pave. Instead of paving, it won't take you too long, but if you just, you know, go to your storage and you grab a variety of flowers, you can blend them into your environment and you can make a beautiful kind of spring scene like this. Also, these wheelbarrows, you have them in your photo, but they're way back here. If you got rid of the path and you brought those wheelbarrows up to the front, just like they are in this photo, you're going to have these beautiful bursts of color, flowers right at the foreground of your scene. And the challenge is telling us to create a very floral environment and a floral look. So you really want to play up the flowers. Your decision to, you know, pave all of this landscape and have the flowers a bit further back and, you know, minimal flowers kind of in the foreground arrangement, I think could come back to haunt you. Now, if this pops up against, you know, this will definitely beat quest photos, random selfies, or people that did not do much with the theme. So if it consistently pops up against those, it could get 4K. But if it pops up against other photos where they're really playing up the florals, they're really playing up those spring vibes, it could really struggle and it could cost you that 4K. So my advice for this scene here, Mama Bear Games, for both of your photos, First off, this one where you're closer to the camera is the one, this is the pose you're going to want to use. This one you're a little bit further away. So I would go with this one. But when you reshoot, I would 100% get rid of all this paving, and I would go to my storage and I would get a lot of flowers. If you watch my YouTube video about this challenge, I actually talked about some of the best flowers to use. There are a lot of flowers in the game that only take up a 2x2 grid space, which means you can pack them in together and you can make these very beautiful flower patches. Now, some of the flowers, like the flowers from Dreamlight Valley, some of them need 4x4 squares, some of them need 5x5. They can take up so much room, and then you can't put flowers close together because of that. So if you're not sure about which flowers take up a 2x2, check out my YouTube video that dropped last Thursday about this week's challenge. It'll guide you through that, and you'll be able to make a beautiful kind of flower arrangement here. Now, when you do that, just make sure you don't, open your inventory, hit drop flowers, and call it a day. You're going to want to rotate some flowers so they feel more natural, because when you drop them, they'll all kind of face the same way. A bunch of colors will be combined together. You want to spread them out. You want to do a nice mix. So, like if we go over here with Sila's, you see poppies, you see these little bell flowers, you see the flowers from Wish Blossom Ranch. It's a beautiful mix. It's a beautiful mix. And that's kind of how you want to do it. You want to kind of mix the flowers together, have a lot of fun colors. I think if you did that, and I would probably get rid of the pastel balloons here as well. These are great for Easter, and they are a springtime item for sure. But since the challenge is asking us to play up the vibrancy and the colorfulness, pastels are paler. They're paler colors, which is why you're not really seeing them present in a lot of these other snaps. You're seeing very bold, very vibrant color options in these other builds. So they're not really doing much with the pastels. I would save these balloons for a good Easter challenge. We're very likely to see one. Poppy is next. These are beautiful, Poppy. These are beautiful. Okay, we got one here. Looks like you have 3 options for me. And the last one had Lady and the Tramp wander into it. Okay. Once again, seeing that flower stall, great item to use. A new item at that, we got it from the StarPath this season. So I think it's going to be very popular. And if you take your picture at sunset, you're going to get these little yellow hanging lights activated, this little lantern here. So that's really fun. The Daisy Floral Dream Style here, the Mini Floral Dream Style, very, very good options. And I love the dandelions here in your foreground, coming up, popping into the base of the frame. We got the little sunflower down here, a couple sunflowers in the back, and then the giant sunflowers for your backdrop here. Little ladybug on the pink flower, beautiful. I like the balance of this too. You have a flower shop on the left, a flower shop on the right, a beautiful array of giant flowers in the back, a great dress. And I do want to talk about your outfit choice here. This is really nice. I love the fading pink eyeshadow here, the bold red lip, the beauty mark. Great earring choice. These pair very nicely with the dress. I like the little pink watch. Yeah, the whole outfit is very good. The bee pose is fun. Let's see your alternate options, though. I wouldn't go with this one. It's cute how close the bee is, but in this one, I love that we can see more of those beautiful sunflowers you have in the back. In this one, as you get closer, we kind of just see the petals of them, and it's nice to see the blooms, So let's not do the second one. And the last one, you have Lady and Tramp in there as well. Minnie's a bit closer. Okay, honest opinion, I think the first one we looked at is the best. I like this one a lot. So I do like that you have Minnie closer here. Voters do love the villagers being nice and close. But in this one, she's still very noticeable. She's still very easy to see here. And I love that we can see exactly what you've done with the flower stall here. Not to mention, you actually have this blue butterfly, like, growing right over the lantern here with this little silhouette behind him. That's really pretty. I love the position of the bee. I think you would likely get 4K for either one of these. But when Minnie's here, we don't get this beautiful bright orange that you get from this flower table that you put here. She kind of blocks it. Whereas in this one, I love the extra color we're getting here on the left-hand side. It balances and plays really well with what we have on the right. So I think the first one you sent in, Poppy, I think is the best one. I love this shot. I think this will do well. You did a great job on the design. The character looks great. Good villager choices. Great vibrancy. Very good spring feel. I like that instead of a bunch of pathing, you know, you did the garden stones. I think you can definitely use pathing this week, by the way. I just wouldn't pave everything. Like, you can have a little paved area going, you know, through a flower patch if you wanted to. I would just be sure to pick a paving that has some good vibrancy and color. I would not go with too much gray or white. Next up is Harley Elizabeth. Very nice, very nice. Hey, Senpai, I'm loving this week. I'm loving the theme this week. Every time I go to make a dream snap, I hear your voice in my mind with all your advice, and I pray I don't miss anything. But something in the back of my mind keeps telling me this is too much. Any advice, suggestions would be great. I may or may not have made a whole new one, or have to make a whole new one. Well, here's the good news. You definitely don't need to make a whole new one. It's not too much. It's beautiful. It's fun. But there are a couple of things I would likely alter here. So let's start with all the strengths, because this has a lot of strengths. I love the foreground here. You have some beautiful flowers coming into play right at the base of the shot. Very nice. I like little flower bushes. We have the flower shop back here. We have the fairy blossom. And I love all the vibrant colors. Like, this has really good saturation, really good vibrancy, and really good diversity on the colors. Once again, featuring Minnie and Daisy in these dream styles, these spring styles. They're going to be really popular this week, so they look good there. The one thing I would consider changing would be the rocky terrain. Now, the rocky terrain is fun, and even if you don't change it, you'll likely still get 4K for this. But it's the gray for me. I'm not a huge fan of the gray in any vibrant snaps. I think what might look better would be the sun-baked clay path. I really like the way that looks combined with the greens. It's a very, to be a natural path, like a nature kind of vibe, it has a really good, vibrant color to it with that tannish kind of orange shade, which pairs really nicely with the base of the fairy blossom in particular. If not, then I would do garden stones. So we have garden stones here. These work really good because you can still see the grass, and, you know, you don't have to have the gray. Now, again, if you do keep the rocky terrain, I think it'll be okay. I don't think it's going to cost you 4K. And I love the overall vibrancy of the shot. I think it's nice you didn't get a lot of white or gray clouds in the backdrop. We just have this deep, beautiful blue sky in the background. So really nice there. I would just recommend experimenting with the pathing a little bit. Another issue with the rocky terrain for me, I would like it so much more if it had a few different types, if that makes sense. The problem with the rocky terrain is we only have 2 versions of it. There's the Touch of Magic one, which you can't use in Dream Snaps, and then this one you are using. Because of that, every rock is positioned exactly the same in every single one of the patches, which to me kind of takes away from making a scene feel more convincing. Like, if you line up a bunch of the rocky terrain, it just feels like the same exact kind of path. Now, the garden stone does the same, but there's a little bit more space in between each stone, so you can kind of separate them and play with them to make them feel a bit more convincing. And the other thing would be the gray. You know, if we went with clay-baked path or garden stone here, I think it would complement the overall color dynamic that you have going on. And then you can also drop some pocket flowers. You have some here, like you have some from Wish Blossom, like right here. But you do have this space over here, like behind Minnie, where, you know, some poppies, even luminescent flowers, birds of paradise. There are some really fun flowers you could put into some of these spaces. Not that you would need to do too much. You already have a lot of beautiful color here. And even if you keep this snap exactly as it is, I think it has a really good shot at 4K. That said, this is, I think, going to be a competitive challenge this week because a lot of people really love this theme. I mean, we have so many reviews to do today because, and that usually tells me when we have more reviews to do than normal, that just goes to show that people are really into that particular theme. So there's going to be a lot of good submissions out there. So circling back to what you said in the beginning, you know, worried that, you know, is it too much? I would never really feel like a dream snap is too much. You know, there's this misconception that snaps can be too busy. But really, they're too chaotic. If you place a whole bunch of things and pack your photo down with a ton of items that don't work well together, that's when it becomes a problem. But when you build a snap where you've detailed every single element like this, no one's going to see this and be like, that's too much. Well, I mean, somebody might, but like most voters aren't going to feel that way. Everywhere you look in this photo, there's detail. Like we can go way back here in the corner and there's poppies and bellflowers scattered back here, sunflowers, mushrooms. So, and then we look over here by Minnie and there's flower petals on the ground. There's the beast roses from the flower stall. There's so many different items placed. It's not busy, it's detailed. Well, I mean, technically it's busy because there's things going on everywhere, but it's not a negative type of busy. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's not, it's not bad to really detail your snap and to really focus on the nooks and crannies and make sure there's something for the eye to take in everywhere. A lot of voters are going to appreciate that. So don't worry about, you know, about it being too much just because you have a lot of fun colors. That's what the challenge wants. And you can do more. You know, you can add fun flowers back here. You can add some fun flowers in the corner here. But as it is, I think this has a good shot at 4K, depending on what it pops up against. Bob's is next. Very beautiful. I love the pose here. Very nice. Bob says, thanks for the advice. Hubby helped with the flower placement. Rapunzel looks like a hippie on shrooms, but here we are. Apparently, she wanted to smell the flowers. Edit to add that I just realized Tigger is behind me and looks like I'm wearing his tail. I'm not wearing his tail. Oh, yeah, I see that. You know, it looks too small for you to be wearing it. So, yeah, I didn't notice that at first, but that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, Tigger's just lurking. Well, we can also see his little ear here. All right, so looking at the snap, first off, love the backdrop here. This is exactly what I was talking about when we were looking at this snap, when I said, you know, I would play up more of the vibrant green trees for the skyline. That's exactly what I'm mentioning here. You know, we have these beautiful vibrant greens in the back, which play really well with the spring season. You got the little wish blossom topiary here. Great item to use this week. And I like, you know, you're using the cobblestone, which has a lot of gray, but you've added a bunch of the magnolia petals to color it up a bit. So that's good. That's good. Some fun flowers mixed in here. We have the Rapunzel flowers that give the glimmer or sparkle here. We got some sunflowers, daisies. And yeah, great choice of the trees. I love the pose here. And yeah, Rapunzel looks really fun here. Also nice to see that spring Rapunzel style so close to the frame. If you do have this Rapunzel dream style, having her close to the camera I think is a really good play. I also like the pearl necklace you chose with this dress. That's really fun. Snow White looks good here as well. Though, you know, she doesn't really have a floral outfit, but she does go well with the Wish Blossom topiary. You know, they kind of pair since you get that by working with her. But yeah, beautiful shot here. Not really anything I would alter or change. I think it's got a great overall blend of colors. I love the way you've done the makeup here as well. This like teal to pair nicely with the dress. I like this bracelet here. The pose is really fun. The pink bow. I also love this like design behind the flower shop here where we have this like petal coming up. That's so cool. But yeah, beautiful shot, Bobs. Beautiful shot. Uncle Rod is next. Oh, dude, that's so cool. The way they're holding the ribbons, it almost feels like wings. That's neat. That's neat. All right, so you have two options here. One with some sparkles in the sky from the fireworks and one without. I really like the sparkles. I really like the sparkles. This looks super fun. So, beautiful dress, beautiful pose. Great job on the makeup, and you got the character just right in the frame. I love when people get nice and close and they leave a small gap from the top of the frame and the hair or hat. Just a little bit of space between the top here. The ribbon's really fun, and I love the backdrop and the sparkles. Rapunzel looks good, Minnie looks good, great villager options. Again, you know, if you have the Spring Dream style for Rapunzel, it's going to be super fun to use. Now, the tables here in the foreground. These are fun foreground items. They're very floral, and I think they're going to be different from what a lot of people are going to be using. So I think they're definitely fun options. Now I'm considering, you know, how your photo would feel if you had more of a mix in the colors in your foreground. I think...
Notice me, senpai.
Yo,
Notice me.
Thank you. Let's go. Bob's with the 500 bits. Thank you, my friend. We are now less than 1,300 bits away from goal. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much. Also, let me open YouTube chat real quick and check in with them since we're talking to chat here. What is up, you guys? Hello, hello. I see Nina here. Welcome, welcome. Magic, hello, hello. Xander says, yay, live on YouTube. Yes, indeed, my friend, indeed. We're doing Dreamsnap reviews today, so we're going to be, you know, when I do these reviews, I am not as locked in on reading chat constantly. We have like 60 or so Dreamsnaps to review, so I'm going to be very focused on these, but I wanted to drop in and say hello to you guys that are over here on Discord. Samantha, thank you for holding it down on Discord. And Tia, I see you over there as well in the YouTube chat. Hello, hello. Welcome, Tia. Fred is back as well. Hello, Fred. Welcome, welcome. All right. And Half Godzilla. Yo, welcome back, Half God. Welcome back. Good to see you, my friend. All right. And thank you again, Bobs. Thank you again. Okay. So back to over here. I'm wondering, you know, you have really beautiful, vibrant colors in the backdrop here. But out of the snaps I've seen so far, I think this one might be my favorite I've seen up until this point. And it's the diversity in the color that I really like. And having so many blooming flowers. One thing for me, you know, we were talking about spring earlier. When I think spring, I think about everything bursting back to life, you know, flowers blooming. And we have a lot of that in the background. Like I said, the tables are a fun choice. I'm not saying you have to change it. I think it might actually be better to have the tables in this snap just because it's something different. You know, I think a lot of people are going to have flowers in the foreground. I would just love to see this with a burst of flowers in the right and left-hand pockets to see how this would look with even more color diversity and vibrancy. And there looks like to be a little bit of shade on top of the tables, which makes a couple little dark pockets. But yeah, not saying it has to change at all. I think even if you keep this exactly as it is, I think it'll get 4K. And again, between the two, I really, really like the one where you got the sparkles in the sky. Very strong, very strong. Beautiful, beautiful shot. Mr. Left Shark is next. All right. Once again with the dress. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Love the foreground. It's so fun to see all these blooming flowers here. We got purple trees in the back. You got the new premium house here. You got a mix of flowers behind you. And then we're featuring Aurora, Tiana, and Jasmine. Interesting, interesting. It's a bit different from what I'm seeing a lot of people do. Dreamer, thank you for the hundo. Much appreciated, my friend. Much appreciated. Back-to-back hundos. Thank you, Dreamer. Thank you. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome. Now, it is kind of different on the villagers I'm expecting to see showcased in a lot of the high-earning snaps this week. So the challenge asked us to dress in a floral style, and it's good to carry that over with the villagers you use as well, I think. So Rapunzel has all the flowers in her hair. Minnie has this flower dream style a lot of people are using. You know, we see the spring Rapunzel here. Rono, thank you for the 100 bits. Dang, Rono, thank you for the 200. And then, once again, floral outfits here and here. What I'm getting at is, it seems that a lot of people who are choosing to highlight villagers in addition to their avatar are applying the same challenge dynamic to their villagers that they're applying to their avatar. And I think that makes the snap even more on theme. Now, the villagers you have here, Left Shark, they are really pretty and really fun. But I think it would be better to highlight villagers that have a floral style. Because then not only are you dressed and set up for the theme, but even your villagers are. Now, I do like the color mix, you know, like you have this beautiful purple, beautiful pink, beautiful yellow. I think that's why you chose them, is to get like a fun color mix here. So they're not bad options by any stretch of the imagination, but I don't think they're the best options. Now, for the snap overall, one thing that concerns me a little bit aside from the villagers is what we're seeing a lot of in these snaps is color diversity and vibrancy. We're seeing a vast array of colors and a very vibrant showcase on those colors. In yours, with the new house up close, you know, we're getting a lot of the brick. And then back here, we're getting a lot of purple. And, you know, when we look at other snaps, we see a pretty big gap between the color diversity. And I do think snaps with a lot of life, a lot of presence, and a lot of beautiful, vibrant colors are going to stand out really well in the voting phase. So, for example, you know, if this popped up against this is a beautiful snap. I think it has a great shot at 4K. But I think if it pops up against snaps that have a bit more vibrancy, a bit more, you know, variety in the color, variety in the flowers, it might struggle against those kinds of snaps. And that's my only concern. You know, it's a beautiful shot. I think it's a beautiful outfit. You did great on the makeup. And I certainly think it's deserving of 4K. But these days, it's not about whether or not a snap is deserving. You know, Gameloft has consistently reduced the amount of players that can get 4K. They've reduced the brackets. They've shrunk down those brackets. And if you pop up against the right things, you can get 4K. But now, you know, you really got to lock in to where you can beat most of the snaps you pop up against, even if they are also well-designed, well-created. So my worry here is that if this snap pops up against snaps that have more vibrancy and more color, it could cost it the vote. Beautiful snap nonetheless, though. I mean, it's a gorgeous scene. And like I said, I certainly think it's deserving of 4K. That's my only caveat, though, is that, you know, I think it features a lot of purple and not as much like vibrant spring notes as I would expect to see in some of the snaps. Sabina is next. Oh, very nice silhouette here. Wonderful greens down in the foreground here. Beautiful, vibrant colors. Good lighting with the Vitalis lanterns. I love the way you did the eyes here. You have these deep purple eyes to go with the Isabella dress. That's really fun. We get this archway behind you. Lots of magnolias here. Rapunzel in the back with the spring style. Very nice. And Tinkerbell. And you also have this beautiful glow behind the hedge line in the back. Very fun. So, my thought here is kind of similar to what I was just saying with the previous snap as well. I think one thing that could be good here is like maybe a little bit more color diversity. And you don't even have to change the snap. You don't have to completely alter the snap by any stretch of the imagination to make that happen. In the landscape menu, there's some really good tall items that you could potentially put in the back, like big flower items. Even premium houses, like if you put like the Fairy Blossom way back here in like this nook where we have this small opening, you could have that tree trunk from the fairy blossom and these flowers blooming out of it in the backdrop there. Now, I don't think you absolutely have to do that. I do think this snap, just like Left Shark's, is very, very capable of getting 4K. Ultimately, it just depends on what kind of voters you get and what you pop up against. But again, you know, I think color diversity is going to be really strong this week, and a lot of vibrant floral, you know, features are gonna help. You got a lot of pink with magnolias, which is great. But I'm wondering if mixing in some other colors here could go over well. I really like the structure of the snap, though. I like the little gateways you've made here. I love the little lions, the torches. And again, we get beautiful color down here at the base. Overall, I think the best thing about the snap is that it highlights your outfit really, really well. And a big part of this challenge is about the outfit. Again, great job on the eye choice, the makeup, the dress, the framing, the pose. Beautiful, beautiful. Marie, we got 1 and 2. Hey, somebody, thank you for your advice as always. I feel like maybe this is too cluttered. I have uploaded one with the B, one without. Any feedback is appreciated. Okay, okay. So we have this one with the B, and then you have this one without the B. All right, well, really fun colors in this shot. And I see what you're saying. I think what might help you here is instead of the flower beds, what if you used flowers from your pockets? It looks like everything you're using here is from the furniture menu. I don't see any droppable flowers. I think there might be one right here. I see one of the Storybook Veil droppable flowers right here. Actually, that one's in the landscaping menu as well. Never mind. Yep, never mind, never mind. So, if you watched my video, Marie, if you watched my video on Thursday about this week's challenge, I gave out a lot of tips about flower scenes and about what flowers you can use from your storage that are going to work really, really well with these builds. If you want the build to feel a little bit less cluttered, but still very vibrant and very detailed, I would get rid of these flower beds. And in their place, I would do flowers from your pockets. I would go into detail about which flowers you can use, but it's all in Thursday's YouTube video, so I highly recommend checking that out. I think if you were to get rid of these flower beds, give yourself a little sun-baked clay path that goes up to the door, and then do a flower field on the left and a little flower field on the right, you would have more color diversity. You know, we have a lot of pinks packed in here. You can have a lot more variety in the flowers you're showcasing. And you can give yourself a little bit of space, just a tiny bit, where the picture won't feel as packed. And keep in mind, for any Dreamsnap challenge, Marie, any Dreamsnap challenge, when you're doing your decor, when you're creating your scene, do your best to not forget about pocket items. You know, yeah, you can completely decorate your scene with items from the furniture menu and from the landscaping menu, but oftentimes, some of the best items you can use for added details and an added wow factor are going to be things from your storage. So if we go back to a snap like this, I want you to take notice of this section here. This little pocket is so beautiful. And it's just a variety of pocket flowers packed in together. It gives you so many different colors to look at. We have these vibrant oranges, we have yellows, we have purples, we have greens, we have reds. There's so much fun color back here. And then here with the little sunflowers, we have luminescent flower, more poppies. And then back here, there's all these flowers from their pockets here. So they took the time to go to their storage and get these items, and that's why this photo has so much vibrancy, so much color diversity. It's very, very strong. In yours, since you're limiting yourself to only using things from your landscaping menu, it's going to be harder to get that color diversity, and it's going to be harder to make the scene look exactly as you want. And I think the reason you feel like it might be too cluttered is because you have these flower beds in right up against the line for the door, and it's not quite big enough for like a natural pathway. So yeah, again, getting rid of the flower beds and instead embracing, you know, a little bit of paving here. Don't use anything gray. Again, sun-baked clay would be really nice. And then you can use flowers along the sides. And that, again, that's also going to give you some really great color diversity. Mama Dukes. I love this snap. This is so beautiful. I think I put this one on the thumbnail. So we got a great shot of Daisy and Minnie in their floral dream styles. Oh, and speaking of, if you did give yourself a bit more room, Marie, you could also add a villager. Most of the snaps I've seen are showcasing a villager. And most are choosing villagers that have some kind of floral outfit. Not all of them, but most of them for sure. So I definitely think it's worth considering if you can manage the room for it. Now back to Mama Dukes here. We have this little black and white bee over here. We have the yellow bee. Beautiful rainbow over this flower castle. This is another great premium house to use if you do have it. We have the flower shop or stall, whichever you want to call it. Again, very strong item for this week. In the background, we don't see the blue from the sky. We just get a load of beautiful, bright green, which again is a color synonymous with spring. That's one thing I think some of the snaps are maybe lacking a little bit, is that beautiful, vibrant green that we see here. Like in this one, you have a lot of the vibrant green at the base, but some vibrant green, you know, tree lines could be nice. I don't mind the blue though. But yeah, I love the way you've layered the trees here. And the rainbow in front of them. We got this beautiful flower blooming at the base. And it looks like you trap Minnie and Daisy with these little purple lavender flowers, which is fun. So yeah, absolutely beautiful snap here, Mama Dukes. Great design on the avatar as well. I love this hat. You even have floral earrings, which is really fun. I don't think you need to change anything with this. I think it'll definitely get 4K. The only thing I would likely do different if it were my snap, and this is a small thing, but where you have the flower bushes, like the ones we got from the Veil, these little bushes here, I would probably do a mix of pocket flowers instead. Just because they're so beautiful. There are the flowers we pick from Eternity Isle and Wish Blossom Ranch and even the Valley. There are so many beautiful, colorful flowers. They're just so fun to highlight. And I like these flower bushes a lot. But a lot of the flowers from our pockets have more of a vibrant green at the base of the flower. And you get a lot of fun colors and a lot of fun diversity within the flowers. That's probably the only, but I don't think you need to do that. You know, I'm just mentioning like the one thing I would probably do a little bit differently myself. But yeah, everything about this is really strong. I think this will definitely get 4K. So if you don't want to do anything else with it this week, yeah, you can leave it as is, and I think you're pretty safe. Mushu is next. Very fun. I knew somebody was going to do this pose. I knew it. So the squirrel pose, where you hold the pose, we've had a lot of flower challenges in the past where people would lean in and smell a flower when they do the eyes closing animation, because that's when the squirrel comes up and, like, you know, you give them like a little kiss or something. I can't remember exactly what it does, but Yeah, I love seeing the flower smelling. The only tiny downside there would be some, I don't think most voters are going to care, but some picky voters may be like, I can't see the outfit enough, and you gotta, set it dressed a certain way. But to be fair, again, I don't think that's going to change the way this ranks. I think this is definitely going to get 4K. I love the way you layered the beach grass. We've talked a lot about this grass. If you guys didn't know, it's a fun little trick that I've talked about a lot on this channel. And there are many people that don't know about this trick. But if you go down to your grass and you go to beach grass, there's 2 types of beach grass. So first up, you have this shorter beach grass. And as you can see, the items I try to place it on, it turns red. I can't put it here. I can't put it on this shell. So we're just going to set it right here. But if you keep clicking the beach grass, eventually you'll get the tall beach grass here. And while it still can't go on certain plants, now it goes right on top of that shell. No problem. It can also go right on top of this tree. So you can use this tall grass to blend with certain items. And it's a really, really, really fun way to give yourself a lot of overgrowth in certain areas of your snap. Again, you have to click on the beach grass a couple times to get it. But it's definitely worth considering. Because look at how good it looks, Look at it here. It layers well with the flower wheelbarrows and with these little flower bushes. So now not only do we have all of these beautiful flowers in the photo, but we also have these blades of grass slicing through all of it, giving it loads of that vibrant spring green we've been talking about. Now, since we have so much like pink, white, and green down here at the base, Mushu was smart enough to add a ton of color diversity up in the top and the skyline of this scene. So if we go up here, these flower stems here have this almost like reddish brown. We have pink here, bold red here, purple, yellow, and even like pink falling blossoms here. Like a dark pink over here. And I love the balance of this. Like, we have this greenhouse and the sunflower behind it just perfectly lined up. So yeah, I think this is likely a guaranteed 4K right here. Beautiful shot. Loads of nice deep blues in the sky. And again, I really like the way you layered this with the beach grass. A very fun technique to use. Like I've said many times this stream, when it comes to springtime, you think about things returning, regrowing. Everything kind of dies off and drops down during the winter. And in the spring, things explode back into life. And that's exactly what we see here. I think this delivers on the challenge really, really well. I think my favorite thing about this would be the way you've layered the grass. But overall, very, very, very solid snap. Incredibly well done this week, Mushu. Great job, great job. I would not change not a single thing about that. Next up, we have M's. So we got you in the little flowery get up here. We have Rapunzel, Tigger. Okay, so fun villagers. Rapunzel's good. I like the giant flowers in the back. And this is a decent house option. But if you are going to use this house, I would try to showcase the vines and flowers on it a little bit more. Which you can do if you just move it right a little bit. One of the best flowery patches on this house is actually right behind your head. So if you scooted this house just a little bit to the right, you can have that part of the house right here. And then we'll see a lot more. Because right now, most of what we see on the house is like the hatch roof. We see a little bit of the vines here. But yeah, if you scoot it over, we'll see this vine trail and how it attaches to the chimney there. Now, the other thing is, in your mid-ground right here, like this whole area, it's just kind of the same flower bushes multiple times. Which, it's still very much on theme. If you pop up against snaps that... Well, this will beat a lot of snaps, of course, because a lot of snaps are going to be selfies and quest photos. And if you consistently pop up against them, you'll get 4K. However, if you pop up against snaps that have put a lot of effort in, it could be trickier. So, you know, I'm not saying you have to do something like this or even this, but if you can get a bit more detail into your scene, and when it comes to florals and flowers, there are so many beautiful items to put in your snap this week. So you're kind of selling yourself short a little bit by just using these bushes multiple times. Like we have, you know, this flower bush here, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, about 14 of these bushes all packed into this space. What if you cut that number down to like 2 or 3, and then you used other floral items built into the scene as well? You know, flowers. I don't think, yeah, I do see one flower from your pocket here, and I think I see one over here. But the flowers from Eternity Isle, some of the flowers from the Valley, and then also if you go into your foliage tab on the landscaping menu, or not landscaping, but the furniture menu, lots of great flowers there, lots of great flower items there you can consider. So I would consider kind of reworking your mid-ground a little bit. And I would scoot this house over to the left so we can see more of the greenery that it showcases. Ginger Snap is next. We got this one. And we got this one. So this one looks like it's sunset, but unfortunately, the sun is not really hitting this cliff wall at all, so it's very dark. It's also not hitting our peacock topiary here. And when we go to this one, I think this is the better of the two for sure. Yo, Jen, thank you, my friend. Jen coming in with the very generous 424 bits. Thank you so much, Jen. Thank you so much. Leia Luminous says, how's it going? How do you feel about this week's theme? Oh, I really like this week's theme, Leia. Really, really, really fun challenge. And I know the community likes it too, because we have like 60 or so Dream Snaps to review for this week. So there are a lot of submissions we need to go over. So yeah, it's a very popular theme this week, which I love to see, you know. The superhero theme, I don't think was quite as popular. We actually had less reviews than normal for that one. I also need to add, I think I need to add Dreamer's bits to the goal as well, and Rono's. So Rono, thank you for the 200. Dreamer, thank you for 100 of the bits you sent there did count. The other 100 I gotta add. So we're actually at 45.69. Nice. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Much appreciated, chat. Thank you for helping us hit our goals. We are currently on goal number 131. You guys have hit our last 130 goals in a row consecutively. Yeah, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, you're wondering what that number is by the goal. That's how many consecutive goals we've hit here on the stream. And every day is a new record now, because our previous record was 113. I think we set that in early 2025. And now, you know, in early 2026, we're at 130 in a row. And it looks like it's about to be 131, because we're like less than 500 bits away from 131. All right. So now that I've added those, back to your snap here, Ginger Snap. Between the two, you know, I do love sunset shots. I love that it activates lights and, you know, you get a lot of fun effects when you go, and you get a nice deep blue sky. But there are certain areas where you're going to be where it's not going to work the best.
Let's celebrate. Party popper emoji. Party popper emoji.
Let's go. Thank you, my friend.
Emoji.
Was that on YouTube as well? Much appreciated, Left Shark. Much appreciated. Left Shark with a big $2 dono. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Also, it's 2 Canadian. What does that translate to? I don't know. All right, I think it's still 2. Is this CA? Oh, you know what? I'll just add 2. Yeah, we're 47. Thank you, my friend. But yeah, for you, Ginger Snap, I would definitely go with this one. Now, I know your lights aren't going to be activated, but the trade-off here is tricky. You're losing a lot of color here. You know, we don't get any color on the cliff wall. We don't get color on the peacock. Whereas on this one, we get that bright, vibrant green that springtime is known for. And it occupies a lot of your snap here. I love how you did the flower petals in rings around the peacock. That's super fun. That's really cool, actually. Because this biome has these kind of like natural rings. And placing the peacock there and then having the rings around it, that's a fun little technique. Also, a really good item using pocket flowers. I want to talk about a couple little patches in your snap here. You have the flowers from the Beast flower stall right here. These beautiful roses lined around you. That's a really, really fun way to bring attention to the avatar. And then back here, you've got a nice array of pocket flowers. We have luminescent flowers. We have sunflowers. We have poppies. We have glass flowers. We have little flowers from Wish Blossom. The waterfall in the back. The butterflies. This just feels very
Notice
spring.
me, senpai. Notice me.
Dang, let's go. Thank you, Marie. Thank you. Left Shark, thank you so much for the dono. Marie, thank you for the dono. That is very kind of you guys. A new record. A new record. Thank you so much, chat. As always, I'm glad you guys appreciate these review streams as much as you do. And Jen, thanks again for the big 424. Miss Spock, thank you for the big 100 there. Dreamer, thank you for the big 100. All right, well, I'm not sure exactly what the number is, but we're definitely over the goal. I'll just put it at, yeah, because I can't math the Canadian dollars. I think it's like, you know, it's something. So we'll just treat it like regular dollars. We're at 50, let's just say 54. I think that sounds right. 54.69, to be fair, because Jen went out of her way to put 69 on the board. Or, wait, was it Jen? It was, yeah, it was Jen. It was Jen. Dang, thank you guys. Goal number 131. Another new record. But yeah, I really like what you did here, Ginger Snap. Very fun build. Now, if you had created this in a different spot where the sun beamed directly into the photo, the sunset scene would have been really nice. But as I mentioned in my YouTube guide for this particular challenge, midday is still going to work really well. There's a lot of snaps where, you know, I would say about 85% of the time I like to do sunset. But in certain areas, it just doesn't work as well. If the sun were right behind the camera and if it was beaming onto this, you know, peacock here, and if it was beaming onto this cliff wall, because everything on the left is getting good sunlight with this sunset, and you're getting these lights to activate. But the right side gets pretty dark here. Whereas this one, I don't know, it just feels very, very springtime. So I would definitely go with the one on the right here. And great job with all the extra details with the flowers from your pockets. The foreground element here with the wheelbarrow, the fairy garden here on the left-hand side, the big, you know, ladybug in the corner. Lots of good details here. I think this has a great shot at 4K. Oh, and Aurora, thank you for the bid as well. Much appreciated, Aurora. All right. Also, good to see you, Aurora Thunderfly. Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope you've been doing well, my friend. Next up, we got Carolyn. I love the new hair, but the dress didn't feel so tired with the new stuff. Sakura is spring for me. Thinking about getting mini style because of the mouse effect. Do you think I need it? First one's a current submission. Well, you don't need... oh, you don't have Rift in Time. Gotcha, gotcha. So you have 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So you're going to the Magnolias. I know you said Sakura, but, you know, technically they're not cherry blossoms, but they're close enough. They're close enough. We do have one cherry blossom tree, but it's premium. It was part of a Big Hero 6 bundle. Now, in your case, I think Sunset is the best here. The problem with midday, if you're using a lot of Magnolias, is it kind of whitewashes them. They get really pale. Well, you do have the Cherry Blossom Dragon at least, but he's kind of back there. He's kind of hiding. Whereas if you go with Sunset when you're using Magnolias, they get a lot more vibrant. You know, this is a much deeper shade of pink. It's a lot more notable. But we don't have our dragon in this one. I mean, but he's a tiny detail in this one, so it's not really as important. Now, my thoughts on this, Carolyn. Oh, you got one where you added some more flowers. Let's see. So we got this one. And we got this one. Well, at least here where you've boosted the saturation heavily, you've made up for the fact that these get pale during the midday. Now, I don't know if you watched my YouTube guide this week, Carolyn. I don't know if you've, you know, I did a YouTube video about this specific challenge, as I do each week. You know, every Thursday or Friday, I'll drop a video giving tips and advice for this challenge. I did mention that this is a good floral dress, but it has one big drawback, which is why I won't be using it, and that's the white. So, visiting what the theme said specifically, put on your brightest flowery outfit and celebrate the season's arrival. So, white can be bright, you know, when it catches a lot of light. But as you'll see, going through the snaps this week, like what we reviewed, what people are using, people are leaning more into colorful. Like this is very bright with the sunflowers here. So we're creating these colorful floral scenes. And my concern for yours is that, you know, with the marble here, with the light pinks from the magnolias, and with the white dress, I think this could definitely get 4K if it pops up against the right snaps. But it may have a hard time against snaps like this, where we have a lot of color diversity. Keto, thank you for the 2 hundo. Oh my god, thank you. Literally have been arguing about the white dress all day. It does remind me of spring weddings, though. Oh, have you? Wait, where were you arguing with people about it? Like where? Like on Facebook or on like on YouTube? Yeah, I actually mentioned that in my YouTube video, Keto. It's a beautiful dress because in my video, in my weekly breakdowns about each theme, I do talk about what good outfit options there are. And since this challenge wants us to use a floral dress, this one I did touch on, but I wouldn't use it. And again, I think most people have the same thought process. I mean, you can just look at the snaps we've reviewed so far. You know, these scenes, welcome spring with color is the first sentence of this challenge. Color. Now, technically, white is a color. But when I think of something that's colorful, I don't think of something that's mostly white, right? It says create vibrant floral spaces. White is not vibrant. It's not going to be a vibrant choice. Put on your brightest flowery outfit. So if we read the description, welcome spring with color, create vibrant spaces, put on your brightest flowery outfit. Those descriptors do not really work the best with that dress. So I personally wouldn't use it. Now, the bright side of this dress, if you do decide to use it, you know, it is floral. You have this beautiful little pink rose right here. And it has the floral aspect of the challenge. However, my concern is, you know, if you have a snap like this, I think the snaps that are going to do well this week are the ones that do really offer those colorful environments, because the challenge has been pretty specific about that. And that's why you see most of the snaps out here. You know, they have these vibrant settings with lots of color, lots of fun color diversity, boosted saturation. And I haven't seen the white dress yet today. And I did mention that in my YouTube video. So, hey, thank you. Let's go. Thank you, my friend. Also, where'd my YouTube chat go? There we go. Oh, Tia, thank you for the super chat. Dang, I think I missed that when you did that. Thank you, my friend. And Camille coming in, a new channel member. Dude, that's awesome. I just started streaming on YouTube, Camille. Let's see, I I did a test stream Thursday and a test stream Friday that I didn't really promote. Or no, I think it was Friday and Saturday. So I have not like promoted my YouTube lives to anybody yet, but a lot of people that watch me on YouTube for a long time have been asking me to do live streams over here. And I've been wanting to. And now I'm finally getting into the habit of actually doing that. So you guys can expect to see me a lot more over here. But since I don't really stream on YouTube much at all, we barely have like any channel members. Like I don't promote channel membership often for YouTube. And I don't live stream much on YouTube. So we don't really have, I think we probably have like 30 channel members. Whereas on Twitch, we have like 300 subs. So, you know, it's a pretty stark contrast. Or not 300 subs, we have 300 sub points. So some of those points come from tier 3 and tier 2. So we probably have like 200 and something supporters on Twitch. And on YouTube, we probably have like 30, maybe? Because it's just a handful of people that became channel members, you know, that really love the YouTube content. And a lot of them like already watch me on Twitch. So yeah, I just want to say thank you. You're one of the early channel members. Now that we're going to be streaming on YouTube a good bit more, you know, maybe we'll get even more channel members. But thank you so much, my friend. Greatly appreciate it. Brain Rot Woman said that dress is also what I used. Oops. It's not. So I want to clarify about the dress, you guys. I want to clarify about the dress. I'm definitely not saying you will miss out on 4K if you use this dress. I want you to know that. I think you can definitely still get 4K for it. I am just putting out there that I think it does come with a little bit of risk. That's it. That's what I'm trying to get across. So, you know, I'm not saying it's a bad choice. I'm not saying it's off theme. I'm just pointing out that as far as voters go, like if you look at a lot of the top snaps and if you look at a lot of the snaps that get 4K, your average voter tends to really like vibrancy, especially in colorful challenges. Like if we go back to last week, you know, this was Vibrant Jungle Fiesta. And if you look at the colors here, you know, it's just absolutely loaded with color. They do have a white frilly top, but look at the skirt, you know, completely loaded with color. And for these vibrant snaps, you know, that's what you're going to see is a lot of vivid, colorful scenes. This week's challenge is very similar. You know, Vibrant Jungle Fiesta said to create lush, colorful spaces and bright, festive outfits. And this week's challenge says create vibrant floral spaces and a bright flowery outfit. So very similar. And if you look at what did really well, and not just these top submissions, but, you know, a lot like this one was mine. This got ranked 400, or like 400 and something, like 420. Hell yeah. But if you look at the overall scene, a lot of people that followed my advice on this challenge ended up getting a really good rank. And essentially my advice was just to really play up the vibrancy, play up the color diversity. And if you look at my tree line, you know, we have so many different colors. There's like reds, oranges, yellows, purples, greens, all of these fun colors exploding out of the back. And then the outfit is also very vibrant and colorful. So everything really pops for the voter. I'm not saying it's better than the white dress. I'm just saying voters tend to like it more. So I just want to put that out there. You know, if you really, really love your white dress, I want you to know you didn't do anything wrong. Okay. I just want you to know that. It's just, as far as voters go, they really seem to like vibrancy and color diversity, especially in a challenge that calls for colorful scenes and vibrancy. So I just want you to know, I think there's a little bit of risk involved with this dress. That's all I'm trying to say. So it looks beautiful in this scene. It pairs perfectly with all the magnolias, you know. However, it's not about whether a photo looks good. It's about, can it win against its competition? And when you pop up against photos, you know, that have a lot of beautiful, bright, vibrant colors, a lot of color diversity. And if you look at a lot of our top performers, like Mushu, you know, they've been in the top ranks of snaps for a long time. They make exceedingly good snaps. I very rarely ever have critiques for Mushu, but this is a good example of what I'm talking about here. You know, like if you look at the color diversity and the layering of the snap, Mama Dukes is the same way. I rarely have critiques for Mama Dukes. But I think that's why the white dress is a bit rare this week. That's why it's not popping up as much. And that's also why I do these reviews. You know, if you're using the white dress, maybe that's something you didn't consider. Maybe, you know, because it does look good, but how is it going to measure up against photos that have bold, vibrant colors in the mind of voters? Not necessarily in my mind or your mind, but the mind of the masses. And you also have to consider that if you vote, you know this. You know this. Only about 10% of players really take Dreamsnap seriously. The other 90%, it's like selfie submissions, quest photo submissions, welcoming villagers to the valley submissions. It's just people getting their free moonstones every week. Those players, they're not really into Dreamsnaps. They're going to log on to get their 50 moonstones from voting. They're going to pick quick, and they're going to go on about their day. Those are the majority of voters you're going to see. Now, the 10% of us that care about snaps and put a lot of time into them, we're going to sit there and we're going to take in everything. We're going to appreciate the snaps we see. You know, we're going to know how much effort went into them just by looking at them. Like, we're going to be able to tell that stuff. But the other, you know, portion of people, they're going to just quickly vote and go on about their day. And typically, they're going to be more likely to pick the photo that pops out to them immediately. I've ran polls on YouTube, and what I found is most people know which snap they're going to vote for within the first couple of seconds of seeing them. And typically, it's going to be the one that catches their eye faster. And a great way to catch the eye of voters is to not only have your avatar nice and close to the scene, but vibrant, beautiful colorations. Now, that can change from theme to theme. Some themes are villainous. Some themes are nighttime. So it's not always going to be the case. But in a challenge that emphasizes brightness and color and springtime, I think a snap like this is very safe. It's going to stand out really well. It's going to catch the attention of the voters immediately. And it really embodies a lot of what the challenge is about. Now, this is still a beautiful, beautiful snap. But for the average voter, you know, which of these two is going to stand out more? Which of these two is going to pop more? Which of these two is going to draw attention first? And typically, it's the one with more saturation and more color diversity. So between your shots here, back to your review, got a little off topic there. I think if you were going to go with any of these, the one with the boosted saturation is definitely the best bet, aside from the one with the sunset lighting. Sunset lighting is nice because it's going to bring more color into these magnolias. So if you're going to go with a magnolia-heavy scene this week, I would definitely go with either sunset or boosted saturation like this, because you're still going to pop well. That said, I would consider a different dress, personally. But there's nothing wrong with this one, aside from the fact that I think it comes with a little bit of a risk when it comes to the voting phase. All right, let's go to our next one. Ice Baby. Ice Baby said, this week was fun. I'm torn between these three pictures because of character placement, making clouds, and outfits. First one is what I've submitted. As always, appreciate your feedback. Well, thank you, my friend. Let's see what we got here. So you got the new watering can. Really good saturation here, by the way. Look at that color. It's really popping. You know, the nice thing with the overalls one is we can see the new watering can really well. With this one, for me, it's between the first and the third. But I'm leaning more in towards the first. Now, with that said, The one thing I would likely do differently, I love all the green here, first off. You know, I think if there's one color you want to have in abundance, like I would not have too much of one color. Like I wouldn't have too many magnolias. I wouldn't want to have too many purple trees. I would want to have a mix of colors overall. But if there's one color that's good to have a lot of this week, it's vibrant springtime green. And this is loaded with it. So for me, this feels very good with the spring vibes. I love the bright green trees you have in the back arching over the house here. And the new house, you know, Left Shark used it too, but it was very close to the scene. So we got a lot of the brown from it. And with you having it further back, I think it looks really nice, especially with the green tree kind of arching behind it here. Really cool. The Mickey Cloud looks great in this one. The rainbow looks ultra saturated. It looks really good. The little Wally garden is very cute. Now, the one and only thing I would probably do a little bit differently with this snap is I would get closer to the avatar. You don't have to. I see plenty of snaps get 4K that push the camera towards the avatar. That said, it is a very, very, very popular strategy with voters. It tends to go over very well most of the time. So that's why almost every snap I think every snap we've reviewed today, they have the camera pushed up closer. And keep in mind, many of the snaps you're seeing are from people that very consistently get 4K. But when you do get the camera a little bit closer to the avatar, you can appreciate the style and look more. You can appreciate the makeup more. You know, like now we can see this gold eyeshadow really well. We can even see the gold in the eyes to match the sunflower dress. You know, with Left Sharks, we can see this beautiful teal paired with the dress here. We can see the purple in the eyes with Sabina shot with the Isabella dress. Eyeshadow here. What I'm getting at is, you know, and the camera's closer here too. You know, it is a very, very, very popular approach and strategy to get a bit closer to the avatar. And it wouldn't take away from your scene. You don't have to get as close as many of the people that we've reviewed, but I would try to get a little bit closer. Now, what you can use for that, there's a handful of items. I see some of you guys on YouTube asking, what do I use for that? My favorite item to use, if you have a Rift in Time, is the Vizier's Alchemy Table. That's like the number one thing. And I keep it favorited. So whatever you decide to use, keep it favorited because you can use it all the time. So if I go to favorites, I can use this Vizier's Alchemy Table. But don't worry, there's other items. If you don't have this, I'm going to show you some other items. So if you take this table here, you'll notice even when I'm not in camera mode, if I pivot my regular camera, it pushes it. So it can't go through the table. So any item that pushes your camera in just native exploration mode here is going to do it in camera mode as well. So this is how I look normally in a Dreamsnap. Now, if we place an item that pushes the camera and we get close to that item, now we're right here. Now, as you can see, I'm so close that I got a little bit blurry. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our sliders and we're going to boost focus to 2%. And now, boom. You can see me clear as day. The reason you want to use an item to push the camera is because, now, if you're really good at Dreamsnaps, you can use free mode, but it can be really tricky to use properly. So just make sure you're really comfortable with the camera before doing this. But you can also get close to your avatar in free mode by zooming in. But the big problem with free mode, as you can tell, it always looks down. It always has this downward angle. So we can't see, you know, Dream Castle behind us. We can't see the Wandering Moon houses behind us. That's the problem with free mode. You can get nice and close, but you're always going to be at a downward angle. So it's better to get close with portrait mode. Because if you get close with portrait mode, now we can see the skyline. We could add trees back here if we wanted to. We could add buildings. You know, we have more control over our scene that way. Now, as far as other items to move, if you want to push that camera closer, if you're a brand new player, there's a couple of things in your landscaping menu you can use. Now, these do cast a pretty big shadow, so they're kind of annoying to use. But all of these large rocks, These will push your camera as well, and everyone has these. Even if you just started yesterday, these will be in your landscaping menu. But yeah, you just get real close to them, open your camera, it'll push the camera towards you. And then just adjust, you know, take a couple steps away, take a couple steps forward till you get it just right. Though, my favorite item to use is definitely a Vizier's Alchemy Table. Another good item to use, if you picked up Wish Blossom Ranch, maybe a little bit better than the rock, is the Icy Alpine Tree. It doesn't cast as big of a shadow, and it can fit in smaller spaces, so it can also be a good item to use. So if we get like right here, you know, I got the camera pushed up here, you're going to get a little bit of shadow from it, but if you move, you can kind of adjust for that. And if you do end up having to use an item that casts shadow, just keep in mind, you can always boost your character lighting to offset some of that shadow. Aside from that, there are other items like the Puff Air Balloon and the Night Castle Wall set. So every piece of the Castle Wall set actually pushes it as well. I'm talking about this one. So this is another good item to use right here. So we have this little castle wall. If we get like right here, open the camera, that's going to push it too. There we go. All right. So hopefully now you guys have a good idea. For those of you that were asking how to push the camera forward, you have a good idea of the items you can use for that. Just keep in mind, you know, some items will put a bit of a shadow on you, so you might need to boost character lighting. And if you get the camera very close, you're going to need to adjust for focus, unless you're on Switch 1. Switch 1 doesn't get the blur feature, so it doesn't matter. I don't think it matters how close you get. So going back to Ice Baby Snap here. Beautiful scene, beautiful color. I think even if you keep it exactly as it is right now, it has a great shot at 4K. The only thing I would do different personally is I would get a little closer. Now, I'm sure you don't want to block your beautiful house too much or this green tree in the back. And maybe you don't even want to bother taking the shot again because you have this great Mickey Cloud shot and everything's kind of set up right. So I think, you know, if you keep this exactly as it is right now, I think it's still got a really high chance for 4K. But in the future, for other snaps, or if you do want to tweak this more, I would consider getting a little bit closer to the camera. What you have to consider, the reason these close-up shots perform so well most of the time is because a lot of voters, as we already discussed, they vote rather quickly. And many of them are on small screens. People are voting on Apple Arcade. People are voting on Switch. People are voting on Steam Deck. Not everybody has their game hooked up to a television or a large monitor. So they're looking at a small screen already. And a lot of people don't enlarge the snap. So if you're voting on a small screen and you're just quickly voting, it's going to be easier to appreciate the style and the subject of the photo if they are a little bit closer in the frame. And that's why these shots tend to perform well, as long as the rest of the scene is also strong. You know, getting close to the avatar, it's not going to guarantee 4K. You know, everything else needs to be on point as well. And, you know, getting 4K ultimately depends on what you pop up against. You know, like, what's your competition looking like? But if you look through my personal Dream Snaps, you'll see that, you know, this got ranked 102. You know, and I felt like this was lazy. I feel like I didn't do much for this. But this was ranked 102. And the voters really loved seeing Pluto and the Avatar nice and close. Also, can we just appreciate how terrifying Nana looks in the corner over here? Like, she looks like she's having an existential crisis. Anyway. But yeah, you'll see that's a common trend in most of my snaps. Like, this was a top 500 from Seaside. I love Ariel down here. I'm sure some of you guys are probably like, how'd you get her in the water? Stay tuned. I'll show you how that trick works. Probably not today because we have snap reviews, but ask me on another stream and I'll walk you through it. In this one, I didn't get close, but in this one, so you don't always have to get close for 4K, but this challenge wanted us to have more of a highlight on Lady and Tramp, so I had them in the foreground instead of the Avatar. This one had no Avatar. But yeah, this one was around rank 100 or 200. This got a great rank. This is the hairstyle one. But yeah, you'll see I'm typically pretty close to the camera in a lot of my shots. Not always, so you don't always have to do that, but it's a good approach for a lot of challenges. Okay. Moving on here, we got Jedi Lauren up next. Ooh, very pretty, very pretty. All right. Wow, beautiful, beautiful. So you do have a lot of pink here from the Magnolias, but I love that you included a lot of green at the top. Thank goodness for that. I feel like if you go with, I mean, you know, the Magnolias are very springtime. I have them all over my valley, and I have a spring-themed valley, so they make a lot of sense. But I do think you certainly need to balance them with a lot of bright, vibrant greens this week in order for it to really have that good spring feel. So great job with the trees in the back. I love the vibrant greens you have at the top. And having this archway, you know, a little further back with the green vines wrapping around it. And the flower wheelbarrows in the bottom left and right-hand corners here. So, yeah, a lot of fun, vibrant greens to pair with the Magnolias. Not only that, but you're using the sunset time of day. So you've got that good saturation on the Magnolias. You've combined it with butterflies and these butterfly flowers here, the marble fountains. And you got a good silhouette around the avatar. Yeah, really beautiful, Jedi. Really beautiful. Overall, very strong snap. He said, I made small changes in these. One has the potted tree, but was afraid maybe it was too dark, too much of a dark green. The second, I took the trees out and added another decor piece. Okay, well, let's see the second. Oh, I see. You're talking about these potted trees here on the left and right. Okay. Yeah, these ones. So you're talking about, well, let me make sure you guys can see in chat. You're talking about this one here, and you're talking about this one here. Okay, okay. So, yeah. I think I agree with you. I actually like it more in the one where you took them away. If they were a very bright, vibrant green, kind of like the green you have here in the corners, or the green vines, or the green trees in the back, I think they would work better. But I think that was a really wise choice on your end. Since they are very dark, I kind of like it more without them. The bubbles, the fairy bubbles are also fun. Adding these like little elements of like shining light in the shot as well. So yeah, I really like the snap. I think this will do well. It is kind of a different speed than some of the snaps we've seen because you have like a lot of paving, but you did heavily decorate with the magnolia petals. Ultimately, how this does will be determined by what kind of voters see it and what it pops up against. It's hard to say how this will do against extremely vibrant, like vibrantly green snaps because it's very heavily pink and, you know, has heavy magnolias. But you did get very close to the avatar. You did really good with the makeup. I like the little notched eyebrow here. And you layered this really well. So, yeah, I think this is beautiful. Definitely deserving of 4K. Bell B. What do we got for Bell B here? Ooh, that's pretty. You have 3 options for us. Okay, let's see. So one where you're a bit closer. And we got these 2. Okay, let's see what you said about this. I have 3 options. The dark square behind me in the first 2 was all I could see, but maybe I am just being dramatic. Thanks so much for the feedback. It's greatly appreciated. The dark square. Are you talking about dark square? Oh, maybe this pocket or something? Oh, you're talking about that glitch. I hate that glitch. Yeah, where... Well, you know what? The fact that I couldn't figure out what you were talking about right away is a good sign. So I don't think voters will notice it as much. But I know I get the same way. When I make a snap and I get the shadow glitch where the light just cuts off in a box, it drives me crazy. So I know where you're coming from. But don't worry. It's really hard to notice, you know, unless you're looking for it. But yeah, on the second one, it's actually more problematic because you can see the whole 90-degree angle, which is just, oh man, they need to fix this game. Yeah, and then here you can see the straight line. Minnie's really cute in this one. But yeah, the box is a bit more of a problem there. But I think most people won't even notice it. You have so much beauty here at the top with the Fireflies, lots of vibrant green at the top, which I love. And then this one, where you actually remove the dark box, you got closer to the avatar. I love the snippet down here. It looks ultra detailed. The marble bench, the little snippet, the roses here. Honestly, it's not even about the box, but I do like your third one the most. Big reason why is I feel like you're covering a lot more of the leaf strewn path in this one. But even if... it doesn't matter which one of these you pick, is what I'm getting at. I think these would all get 4K. You have really good layers. You have great color diversity. You have great lighting. They're all very, very spring-inspired. So I think these are all very much worthy of 4K. And regardless of which one you chose, I think it would get 4K. But I do think your strongest photo by far is going to be this one. So the foreground is much better in the new one. In the first two, I love the foreground here, but it's a lot of the leaf strewn and the flower beds. You know, again, this is still very much a 4K photo. And same here. You know, we have like the flowers on the sides. We have the leaf strewn path down here. In this one, you're really grabbing my attention with these poppies. These beautiful pink poppies down here blooming at the base of the shot with the yellow centers kind of showing the pollen. That is really, really nice for foreground there. These look really good. It also helps to bring attention to your snippet, which I like. And with you being closer to the camera, you know, I see a bit less of the leaf strewn path, which, you know, leaf strewn is still a good choice. It works really good for like a spring environment. But I like seeing more of the vibrant colors in this particular challenge, and I think this one delivers the best on that. The sunset lighting is really nice. I love the butterfly gazebo with the greenhouse behind it. The marble statues here. This is stunning. This is stunning. Absolutely beautiful shot here, Belle. I would not change anything about this. I mean, I guess you could add a villager if you wanted to, but I don't think you need it at all. And the other thing is, where would you put them? Because there's, you know, no matter where I look in this, it's beautiful. I love the flower wheelbarrow. I like that you chose the darker one because it really matches the dark branches of the tree on this new house. And with this house being like a darker color, or, you know, not being like vibrantly green, I think it's been tricky in some snaps, but the way you layered the tree over it here on the side where the leaves are going into the house, and the way you kind of buried it into the tree line, really, really strong. Also getting that Vitalis lantern back here behind the wheelbarrow to cast light onto the green under the window made that green way brighter. Like, look at the difference of the dark green at the top and the bright green at the bottom thanks to that lantern. Yeah, this is beautiful. Really good job, Belle. This will definitely get 4K. I think it'll beat most of the snaps it pops up against, even some of the good ones. Again, these are both really good, but this one really delivers on colorful, vibrant, and I like that we can see the avatar's face a bit better in this one too. Stunning work. Thanos says, I'm back from vacation. First one in a long time, so go easy on me. And what does it mean when tags say done? Thanos, they got rid of tags. They got rid of tags. Basically, well, they got rid of tags playing into your points. Tags say done now because your tags don't matter, Thanos. There is no number of tags you need for your score. You only need tags to submit your photo. So if it says done, that means you have enough tags. So there are no high value items anymore. It's not a thing anymore. You really, wow, you've been gone for a while, huh? That's like ancient news. That was at the beginning of the last update. Is this the first snap you've done in this update? All right, well, let's talk about it. So he said, first one in a long time, so go easy on me. All right. You're a failure. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, let's talk about your snap. First off, good options for your backdrop, you know, like the sunflowers, the big bell flowers back here, beautiful green trees. You get some nice sunlight coming in. You got the camera pushed up on the avatar. Good outfit choice. bee pose is very fun. Now, you're using Rapunzel, and I see you're using the mushroom flower arch from the Garden of Whimsy StarPath. I'm going to be honest. I think you should get rid of that. I'm not saying it doesn't look good. I do like the hanging flowers, but if you got rid of this arch, you could hang out with Rapunzel, and you could put her up here with you. And then you can have, look at Rapunzel's dress. You have the best villager for this challenge, which is the springtime dream style Rapunzel. A lot of people don't have her, I've noticed, because a lot of people are using the regular Rapunzel dream style, or regular Rapunzel style, I should say. So if you have springtime Rapunzel, she is so good for this challenge, but you've kind of buried her behind you. Just like we were talking about earlier about pushing the camera closer, about how much that helps with voters. The same thing applies to the villagers you highlight and companions. Having the bee pushed up right here with you, so people that vote fast and vote on small screens can still easily pick out those details is going to be good. Like, take Mama Dukes here, for example. Mama Dukes is a very consistent 4K earner. Pretty much always gets 4K. And notice how she has the companions and the villagers right up here with her. Voters love that. Or at least the average voter loves that. Because it's easy to appreciate. It's easy to see. There's a lot going on in this photo, but the concept is simple. Simple enough for your average selfie voter to understand and appreciate, because everything is nice and close. You don't have a lot of details far away. I mean, there's a lot going on in the back, but notice how the tree line is close up, the house is close up. It's easy to see everything that's going on here. You don't even have to enlarge the photo. So somebody that votes fast and doesn't enlarge photos will be able to easily appreciate everything. And I think that's one thing people struggle with the Dream Snaps, because it's hard to, a lot of us care a lot about snaps, and we enlarge the ones we like, and we always take a lot of time in voting. So it's hard for us to put our mindset or put our thoughts in the same mindset as somebody that just votes fast and votes simple. But it's something you have to kind of consider when you build your snap. So in yours, it's got a lot going on, and a lot of the features are kind of pushed back. So it's going to be harder to appreciate than a snap like Mama Duke's was. But it's an easy fix. So if you got rid of this mushroom arch, and yeah, you would get rid of these flowers hanging in the foreground, but they're not doing much for you anyway, you would have the opportunity then to put Rapunzel right here with you. And then not only will you be looking towards the bee, you'll be looking towards Rapunzel. So I would definitely do that. And you don't have to get her to do an animation. You don't have to get her to paint. You can just have her hang out with you. And that makes it very easy. You don't have to trap her. She won't go anywhere. You can push her right where you want her. But you have a Tangled-inspired dress. So you would look like a great friend of Rapunzel's. And I think that would play to some storytelling aspect of this snap. So that's step number one. I would get rid of the mushroom arch here, and I would put Rapunzel up here instead. Now, number two is the way you've layered your flowers here and your environment. So I'm going to open your snap so we can zoom in a little bit here. But you're using these roses, which take up a lot of space. Notice how you can't put anything around them. Now, these luminescent flowers are great. They take up a 2x2 grid. The poppies are great. They take up 2x2. The daisies are great. They take up 2x2. But the roses take up, I think, 3x3 or 4x4 or somewhere around there. They take up more space, so you can't put anything around them. So it feels weird that there's so much space in between each flower. It makes the Dream Snap feel busy and empty at the same time. It kind of makes it feel, I would even say, messy. So again, I'm not trying to be too hard on you here. I'm just trying to give you some ideas as to how you can fix that. Easy fix, though. So I have a YouTube video, Thanos, that since you just got back from vacation, you probably haven't seen it yet. But I uploaded this video last Thursday. If you go to my channel, you'll find it. I talked about some of the best flowers to use because you can pack them in together and make a convincing flower patch that way. You can have it feel more real. But when you have multiple roses and they're all bending the same way, all facing the same way, and all have the same amount of spacing, they don't feel convincing. One thing I preach about quite often when it comes to Dream Snaps is if you want to get 4K, what your goal is to build a movie scene, not a movie set. Now, let me explain what I mean by that. The reason this feels like a movie set instead of a movie scene is it feels a little artificial. And what causes that, number one, we can see right through the snap. We can see off the edge of the cliff of the floating island. You got a big open patch back there. Number two, the way the flowers are positioned is really repetitive. Like curve here, curve here. If you take a second to rotate your flowers a little bit, they won't feel the same. They won't feel repetitive like that. They won't feel like stage props. They'll feel like real flowers. And the other way you can get that effect is by packing a lot of flowers in together. Because out in nature, if you look at a flower patch, they're all going to be bunched in. You know, they grow right on top of each other. So packing your flowers in a bit tighter is going to be super helpful. And again, I'm not going to go into detail about exactly what flowers to use for that or how to do that. It's all in Thursday's video. So just check that out if you haven't seen it yet. And it won't take you too much time to make some great improvements to the snap. So let's recap everything, and I'll tell you what I think you should do to make this a good bit stronger. First off, I want to talk about the strings. Love the green back here from the trees. Love the sunflower. You know, this house right here. The little, what would you call that? I don't know. It looks good. It looks good. A little tower here looks good. New house looks good. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome, my friend. And I even like the wish blossom flower here. Like, that's fun. You got good color diversity. And you got a good backdrop, except for right here. Now, that's an easy fix for you, Thanos. All you got to do is go into your landscaping menu. You can find there's big patches of flowers from the Pixie Acres biome. Like, you have Tinkerbell's house here behind these two flowers, and we can't even see it. So you don't really need it there. It's not really doing much for you. If you can move it over here, but it might be because you're too close to this house. And I would swap out, you know, whatever this is to get something here to fill this gap. That way, it's going to feel more like a movie scene and less like a movie set. If we look at strong performers, right? Just one of the first ones I clicked on. I think this is Bob's. Notice how we can't see through the snap anywhere. It feels like a movie scene, like a magical movie scene from some kind of Disney Pixar beautiful spring fiesta. I don't know, you know, but it feels like a movie scene. Even in the spots where we could see through it, notice how she put walls back here. We have these walls behind things. So no matter where we look, there's detail, and we can't see through the scene at all. Therefore, it feels like a movie scene and not a movie set. Looking at other top performers, you'll find the exact same thing. We cannot see through this snap. This is also why you don't want to build right on the edge of a floating island. Because sometimes when you start to fill those gaps, you need to put items behind other items. And if you build on the edge of your floating island, you're going to rob yourself of that approach. So there is no benefit to building on the edge of a floating island. Of course, some floating islands have water on them. So that wouldn't technically be the edge because you can decorate the water as well. But yeah, look at all these strong snaps you're going to see. Even back here in this little gap, there's a freaking rainbow in there. And there's a Neverland River Kit back here in this tiny box. Like, that's crazy. So these tiny openings, you know, the player thought about. Instead, this could just be a gap that looks off the edge of the floating island. But no, they gave themselves plenty of room and they put items in the gaps. Over here, we see the waterfall from the Sunlit Plateau. The one we've had for ages. Same thing with Left Sharks. Left Shark used lights to fill in the gaps. So you can use street lights to create a glow so you can't see through the snap. But again, this feels like a movie scene, not like a movie set. And that's how it is with most of them. So for you, Thanos, definitely when you build out your background, avoid gaps where we can see off the edge of your floating island, because that's going to make it feel like, you know, a movie set. Again, I would also get rid of the arch, the mushroom arch here, and I would bring Rapunzel in closer, because you got a great outfit for that. And Rapunzel, you have one of the best dream styles you can use here. And lastly, I would redo my flowers here. I don't think you really need the picnic sets. Like, they're cute, but since the challenge is asking us to build a floral scene, I would play up items from the landscaping menu. I would play up flowers, like pocket flowers. And the ancient arch, or the ancient fountain here is cool with like the blue, but I don't think you need that much either. Like, it feels very futuristic with it floating there. Maybe if you hid it behind flowers so we can get the blue water without like the gray techie pieces, I think would be good. And you don't need the brick columns either. So what I'm getting at here is embrace foliage more. You don't need a lot of the extra items you have in here, and you can play more with items from your landscape menu and flower pockets. In closing, when you get a chance, Thanos, visit the YouTube channel and watch the video I did about this week's challenge. I drop a video about every challenge on Thursday, and I talk about points and tips on how you can approach that challenge. One thing we focused on a lot in this week's video was flower patches. And I think if you replace these roses and these picnic sets with some flower patches and brought Rapunzel up and got rid of the mushroom arch, I think this could have a very, very, very strong case for 4K. Even as it is now, it could potentially get 4K, just depends on what you pop up against. Perla is next. Hi, Sabai. I wanted to create a little flower market. Any advice is appreciated. As always, thanks for the help. Okay. So we got you in the outfit here. Got little bee pose. And a lot of big sunflowers. I can't see through the snap, so that's good. We got the flower market here, flower shops here. So there are a few areas of improvement I think you have here. Let's open so we can zoom in a little bit. First off, the Isabella flower rug, it is very floral. It is very pretty. But I don't think it's the best for this spot right here. And the reason why is, unfortunately, this rug, it's so big, it's going to rob you of your opportunity of putting flowers in the foreground, which is a really strong approach this week. So, again, if we go back to some other snaps, I'll just click on a random one. Yeah. Look down here. We got these beautiful tulips popping up here. We got these beautiful flowers here on the side. We got flowers here on the side. So the foreground is loaded with these beautiful flowers. It's the first thing you see is this nice blend of colors and flowers. Instead of a floral rug, we have actual flowers. This one, we see sunflowers. We see dandelions. Another sunflower over here. And that's, you know, that's why you don't see the Isabella rug popping up too much in the foreground. Now, in this one, they're using the Isabella rug like you did, but notice how they put it further back, and they put these fairy gardens on the left and right. Now, you can't put flowers on top of the rug, but you can put these fairy gardens on there. So, if you are going to use the rug, I would definitely put something over it within the foreground that's going to work with the scene. But I think, more importantly, I would go for something that's going to allow me to have flowers. You can also put the wheelbarrows over it, by the way. If you have the wheelbarrows from the Garden of Whimsy, you could drop those there. Like, you could have a wheelbarrow here on the left and a wheelbarrow of flowers here on the right. Besides, it's a flower market. So if it's a flower market, why not have the wheelbarrows? You also have a lot of opportunity for more in the space behind you. Like, you have this little table here with the flowers, which is cute, but we just have like a lot of grass here. And you could have a lot of fun with that. When it comes to getting 4K, if you pop up against the right stuff, you can get 4K with this. But that's usually not the case. Usually you're going to pop up against snaps like this and this. Not always, not every time. But you will have to contend with these snaps as well to get 4K. Unless you're really lucky. Maybe you won't pop up against them. But the reason I'm bringing that up is because part of getting 4K is putting in that 4K effort. You want to detail your entire setting. So even if you keep areas empty, like notice how we have all this empty pathing here, they filled it with petals. They have pink petals and magnolia piles. So they've detailed every inch of that scene. And it's okay to have like a little empty pathway, but you want to have a lot of detail so you can contend with other photos that do as well. Because, you know, these are the kind of photos you're going to be contending with to stay in that 4K bracket. The 4K bracket is smaller than ever before. Only 4 out of every 100 players get 4,000 moonstones. That's it. So what you have to ask yourself here is, have you done enough to beat, you know, 96% of everybody? That's what you got to ask yourself. So having all the empty grass here without any detail is going to be a drawback if you pop up against detailed, well thought out snaps. Having nothing in the foreground is going to hurt as well. So the flower wheelbarrows could be super useful there. And then, you know, the sunflowers in the back are really pretty, but it's the same item over and over and over. If you go back to your landscape menu where you found these sunflowers, there's other giant flowers you can mix in with them. You know, you can have a nice array of flowers for your sky backdrop. I think you're on a good course with this snap. I think you're going in the right direction. And I think this could potentially get 4K if it pops up against the right stuff. But there's a lot of snaps I've seen today that would definitely beat it. And that's what would worry me. So if you made a few alterations, if you added more detail, if you spruced up your foreground, if you diversified your background, I think you'd have a better running. I think you'd have a much better chance at 4K. So that's the advice I have for this one. Takai is next. Ooh, very nice, Takai. This is beautiful. You know, this is the first time I've seen a snap where I actually really like the Isabella wings. I really like the angle you got here that we can see inside of them. The reason I don't like them is the outside, that kind of like spotted mesh. It robs the beauty. I wish it was just the flowery part, you know. But the angle you have is perfect here. Perfect hair choice. Love that we can see your eyeshadow. Good side profile of the face here. And look at all these flowers. This is what I'm talking about. This feels so springtime to me. We got the fairy blossom. We got a sunbird. And look at all these pocket flowers. Look at how packed in they are. They're all right on top of each other. They're growing. It's like a field of wildflowers springing to life. And then in the foreground here, we have this beautiful pink bloom. And I love that you used that flower house we got a few months ago with like the bright yellow and red flowers, but you used it as a foreground item only. You're not really showing the house. You're just showing the flowers here. That's incredible. Great backdrop with the fairy blossom. Great diversity in color. Excellent lighting. Perfect villagers here with Minnie and Rapunzel. Tigger jumping for joy is fantastic. The little waterfall here, beautiful. Yeah, Dakai, there is not a single thing I would change about this photo. This is very, very strong, very beautiful, and it is just such a good embodiment of springtime. I love all the diversity in the flowers, and the people that put time and effort into their snap, they're going to know that this is not low effort. They're going to see all these diverse flowers, and they're going to know you went to your storage, you sorted through your flowers, and then you came here, you placed a bunch of them, you mixed them together, you took the time to make a gorgeous scene. And going back to our previous snap, that's kind of what I think you should try to do with the area around your flower shop. Like, if you went to your storage and grabbed a bunch of beautiful flowers, you can have a gorgeous field of flowers around your flower stalls. And then also, you know, the wheelbarrows would be a great way to add a foreground to this. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful shot here, Takai. Outstanding, outstanding. Beagle Mama. We got 4 snaps here. With us getting so many reviews, guys, I might eventually have to, like, limit how many submissions you can send in, like, to 2. Because sometimes I get, like, people that send me 6 at once. In honor of March Madness, here's my final 4. Sorry for including so many this time. I need help choosing. I love the new blue dress option in 4, but I think the avatar looks separated in most poses due to the outfit bug, so I have other options. Okay, so that's the new dress. Well, the saturation on this one, I notice, isn't as good. I think maybe you forgot to boost saturation on this one, because this one, incredibly saturated. This one, not quite as saturated. Doesn't pop as much. Look at the color difference between the two. So I like this one, but if you went with this, you would definitely want to boost the saturation a bit. I love the butterfly shot, to be honest. I think the first one is the best. Rapunzel here doing this pose is beautiful. I love the way you've blended the flowers. You used a lot of flowers that take up a 2x2 space. You have the poppies. You have the little daisies. Yeah, and I love the mix of the yellow. It makes it feel very sunny and bright, like the yellows and oranges. And I love the extended hand towards the butterfly. I think that's a really good wow factor. You know, it tells a story. There's this one too, but this one's way better because of the villager presence. It adds even more color diversity. This one's really fun, but it feels a bit more empty, and it doesn't have the boosted saturation. So this one's out. This one's out. So ultimately, it'd be between these two. And I think it's an easy choice to go with the one with the butterfly because that's a really cool capture. So yeah. This one here. This one here is the winner. And I would not change anything about this. This is incredibly strong. I think this is pretty much a guaranteed 4K. And I closed it by accident. There we go. Jingle Bells. Ooh, another sunflower dress. Very nice. Beautiful scene here. Gorgeous color diversity. And again, look at those bright green trees like we were discussing earlier, you know. That bright green works so well with the springtime vibes. It's a really good backdrop. So yeah, love the tree line here. The villagers look good as well. They're a bit further back than they are in others, but they still look really good here. They're still very noticeable. And you have a lot of them. You have Daisy, you have Minnie, you have Rapunzel, you have Anna. And I love this dream style for Anna here, actually. The light green works really well with the springtime vibes. The sunflower dress is beautiful. I like the hazel eyes here with the hint of gold. Good hairstyle choice. Even a floral headwear as well. And the symmetry is nice. You know, you have the sunflowers, the big sunflowers in the back with the flower castle in the middle. And then it kind of follows out with the tree line. And then we have these cute little ponds here with our glowing lilies. And even some roses in the drop down in the foreground. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, Jen, I don't think I would really change anything about this. I think this is a really strong, very vibrant, very colorful, and fun photo. I do think, you know, your avatar's a little smaller than many others. Like, a lot of people have their avatar up very close, as we can see, you know, in some of these shots. Like this one or this one. But I know why you are where you are. You want to show these beautiful flowers blooming on the castle, and we have this nice Mickey cloud. So I think you're fine. I think you're fine where you are. But yeah, the Wish Blossom topiaries look really good on the sides. These are beautiful. And Tinkerbell here is really fun. Yeah, gorgeous work, Jen. Gorgeous work. I don't really have any, you know, I don't have anything for you as far as critiques or anything I would change with this. It's beautiful. Well, I don't know. It might be neat to add the aurora to your sky since you have a lot of the sky exposed, but you don't have to. I think it's fine how it is. Messy is next. All right, all right. Good flower wheelbarrow here in the foreground. We got a little butterfly pond here. Nice waterway. And we got you with the bee pose. So, first off, I would get a little closer. I know you want to show this beautiful flower on top of the building here. But I think you can get to where your hair comes up to like midway through the flower and we'd still see it just fine. And getting a bit closer. Yeah, I don't think you're going to block anything super critical in the background. So in that case, I would get closer. Like in a shot like this, I wouldn't get closer because we don't want to block some of these items. But in yours, you're not really going to be blocking anything that's going to take away from the shot. So there's no downside in pushing that, or, you know, stepping forward a little bit. And if you do, I would definitely consider your eyeshadow. It doesn't look like you have any. Or if you do, maybe it's like a light brown, but it blends with your skin tone so much that it's hard to see. Maybe you were trying to match the tone of this dress. But I think a better idea would be to go with an eyeshadow that matches the purple flowers that adorn this dress, because then that eyeshadow is going to stand out more. So I would go with that route for the eyeshadow. As far as villagers, with the waterway in here, you're not going to have much room to add a villager. But I would add some bright green trees in the back. In particular, the maples, the simple maples. Like if we could fill this in with bright green, If we can get some bright green here, it's just going to add more beautiful greenery to your scene. Like how you have it back here. I know these are the trees connected to the floating island, but they look really good given these vibrant greens in here. Now, they don't exist as much on this side. They're way back here, so we can't see them. So let's add our own trees. Let's get a nice green patch here. Let's get a nice green patch here. And then maybe even a nice green patch here. But yeah, I would get some more green in the backdrop. The top of the sky is this nice deep blue, but lower, it turns into like a pale, like white. And I think if you fix that with more bright greens, that would be a good solution to that. And yeah, I would definitely get a little bit closer to the camera in this shot. Bella, we got 1, 2, and 3. So the first one has the best color, and I really like Daisy in the foreground here too. This flower on her hat pops really, really well. The Fairy Blossom is a great backdrop. We have a lot of the good landscaping items from the Pixie Acres. We can't see through the snap. It has a good movie scene kind of feel. Got a little green swing set here, adding a lot of green to the foreground. The flower castle in the back, sunflowers. Yeah, overall strong. And a good mix of flowers behind the swing set. This has really good spring feel. Looks like you added more color to the outfit by going with like the sunflower back piece, the sunflower crown. The only thing I would do differently here, I would do something with your pose. Now, if you do, unfortunately, you might have a hard time getting these villagers exactly as they are. So, you know, maybe just keep this one submitted. But if you could capture Joy and Daisy like this once again, this would be so pretty if you did the B pose, where you have your hand on your heart. It works really good. Or, I mean, you could do the butterfly pose. I mean, it's, you know, that's the goose pose with a butterfly. But there's a lot of good ways to present your avatar. And it's such a crucial part of your snap. Like, it can help with telling a story. You know, here we see we see Belle with her bunny. With this pose, we got this gorgeous scene of her extending her hand or letting this butterfly go that maybe just rested on her hand. So the way you present your avatar, here's the bee pose that I'm talking about, where you hide the bee and you have your hand over your heart and you're smiling as if you're taking in the beautiful scenery. So the way you present your avatar is going to play a very big role in how your story is being told to the voters. So when you choose to just kind of stand there and stare forward, it's a missed opportunity. I'm not saying it's bad, you know, like this could still get 4K for sure. But it could be even stronger if you consider your pose. So in the future, I would definitely play around with the poses a bit more, because I think just this pose right here, I think would have been perfect. With the hand over the heart, the one arm kind of extended and open, it just looks like they're in awe of the environment. They're taking it in. It tells a story, a beautiful story. So, you know, I think we've talked about this before. I'd really like to see you, I'd really like to see you try to play with your poses a bit. Building your Dream Snap is a big part of getting your 4K, and it looks like you put a lot of effort into it. You can get an even better rank if you take a few seconds to figure out what kind of pose you want to do and have that contribute to your snap. So that's the big critique for this one. Beautiful scene, well made. And if you want to keep this one submitted, I think that's fine. But I would love to see you get a little bit more creative with your poses in the future, Bella. Chica, we have 1, 2. Yeah, the bee is so good for this week with springtime. The flowers everywhere. The bee is so great. It's so cute, too. So we have this one where you're given a little bee hug and another little bee floating behind you. We got this one here. Once again with the cute bees. Great skyline too. I love the diversity here. We have like the cotton puff, the bellflower, the rainbow, the sunflower, this blooming house here. Very cool. This one's fun, very cheerful. And then we have this one here with the wings. The wings are pretty, but I kind of like your shots without them. I think they kind of take away from the background a little bit. I would say my favorite is this one. The bee is a bit smaller, and he looks like he's having the time of his life, and so are you. This one, you guys just really match each other's energy really well. This one's cute, but the like very light purple on the eyes here, I don't know, it almost feels like dead eyes. So I kind of like it more when we just see the line of the eyeshadow here. Now, I think this one is definitely my favorite choice of the three Chica. I think this is a strong one. The one thing I would do with this snap to improve it, though, is I would boost saturation a little bit. It looks like you might be running default saturation, and we've reviewed a lot of snaps today. I want to go back to... I want to kind of cross-compare regular saturation versus slightly increased saturation. So this is regular, right? After looking at something with higher saturation, it almost feels whitewashed in a way. And now here's that same setting, the same setting we're looking at, with slightly increased saturation. Look at how much more vivid and vibrant the photos are. So when it comes to getting 4K, getting comfortable with your camera, getting comfortable with what it's capable of is going to be super, super helpful. And on any challenge that mentions vibrancy and color, saturation is going to be a good friend. So it says, welcome spring with color. So you want to play up those colors, create vibrant floral spaces. It's just like last week. Bring the jungle to life, create lush, colorful spaces, and bright festive outfits. And it was called Vibrant Jungle Fiesta. So 2 weeks in a row where we have a vibrant, colorful setting. So what did good last week? Well, look at that color. Look at that saturation. Look at how vibrant everything is. You know, oh, I know on mine, you know, this got ranked 400. So very vibrant, lots of bright colors. And we had the saturation boosted here, so the colors would pop more. So going back to your snap, that's kind of what I'm recommending here. You have a beautiful scene. I love the bee. I think even as this is, it has a very, very high likelihood of 4K. You got nice and close to the avatar. You did good with the makeup here. The dress, the hairstyle, everything's on point, and the bee is super cute, and you look so excited to be here. I love the pose. And this is kind of what I was talking about, you know, versus if you're just kind of standing, you know, you can deliver a much better experience to voters by doing a pose that gives them some kind of way to relate with the avatar. Like, they'll see this, and they'll be like, oh, wow, she really loves spring. Like, I do too, you know, and then the photo resonates with them a bit. But yeah, the only thing I would change here would be saturation. I would probably take it a tiny bit higher just to get more of the fun, bright greens, vibrant greens out of this shot. Because again, you know, look at how vibrant the greens are here. That this gives it a really, really strong spring feel. And the greens here, they're kind of more brown and light. But if we increase saturation, that would help with that. Lilo. Got this one here. Appreciate the feedback. Hoping there's not too much in this shot. No, I don't think there's too much. You know, we actually talked about this earlier. There's not really a such thing as too much in a shot. But if things aren't put together properly, that's kind of what we talked about with Thanos is, because a lot of people feel like, oh, I don't know, maybe this is too busy, maybe I put too much in it. But no, the snaps that typically get the highest ranks, look at how much we have going on here. This is the rank 1 public snap. There is stuff everywhere you look. Even in the grass, there's flower petals, there's flowers, birds of paradise. We have all these items. So everywhere we look, they've added detail to the snap. But it all makes sense. Everything feels real. It feels like a movie scene, not like a movie set, right? As we discussed. So, going back, if things don't feel real, you know, if we have flowers that are facing the same way and there's these weird gaps in between them, and there's items that don't really vibe with those items, like, you know, this futuristic fountain is cool, but seeing a floating thing here behind the flowers, and then the picnic, and then the brick that doesn't really match these items either, that's where things get, what I would say, too busy, because it's, at that point, it's just a little chaotic. But if the items you're using all work and blend together, there is no such thing as too busy. That's like saying, is my Dreamsnap too detailed? No. As long as the items you're using are making sense and working together, it's okay. So in your case, they are. I think you have a great collection of flowers here. Good foreground elements with the butterfly flowers, the wheelbarrow. I like the rainbow here, the waterway behind. Now, the one thing I would do with your snap, I do have something I think would take this a step further. You have this beautiful dark blue in the sky up here above the bread and butterfly. But as you notice, as we go to the left side of the screen, it fades into a light blue and then a white over here. And one of the most prominent colors we want to utilize is going to be bright, vibrant greens to really embody that springtime feel. So we can get more beautiful, vibrant greens in your shot and cancel out some of this white on the side by adding some simple maples to your scene. So if you go into your landscape menu and find those bright green simple maples, I would put some of those back here behind your flowers. That way you're going to have these beautiful flowers standing out on a backdrop of springtime green. And you can keep the deep, beautiful blue over here, and we'll just kind of cover some of this bright white, and that's going to make your whole scene feel more vibrant. You can also add some more bright green trees back here, you know, kind of covering the gaps between these flowers a little bit. So yeah, I would just add some bright green trees to the left-hand side a little bit. Right now, it just feels a little off balance because the right side is very full all the way to the top, but the left side, we have a lot of openings and a lot of open sky, but some trees will definitely fix that right up. I don't think you need to do much with the foreground. Looks very nice. Great close-up pose of the avatar here. Since you are close-up, I would consider doing your eyeshadow, though. You have this beautiful kind of like teal greenish dress here. You could do a similar color for the eyeshadow. I know it's easy to forget makeup, but when you push the camera closer to the avatar, it's a great opportunity to showcase, you know, all the detail you put into the look. Fem is next. Hey, Sim, I always looking for your feedback. Looking forward to your feedback. Thank you. Ooh, this is really pretty, Fem. Great job. I love the aurora as your backdrop here, adding some beautiful color to the top of the scene. Great detail. So we have the flower wheelbarrow here on the left, butterfly flower on the right. We have this little wood bench with the flower vines. Oh, you even have the lotus teapot. That's cute. That's cute. So we have Rapunzel here enjoying life. We got Daisy. We got Minnie. Beautiful complexion on the avatar. Very nice tan look. We have the purple eyeshadow to match the flowers. The flower hair. I love all the petals and the way you've put these little flowers into your scene here as well. Even the little Wally boot. Really fun touch. It's such a small item, but it's a great item to have here. We have the flower castle as your backdrop in the center. Nice little sunbird here. Works great with flower scenes. So yeah, this is really nice. This is really nice, Fem. I think you did a great job with the snap. I think this has a great opportunity for 4K. The only thing I would probably do here is add a couple more pocket flowers. Not a lot. Not a lot. And also, if you've put a lot of work into this and you kind of want to call it a day, I think you're good as is. The only thing I would change is where you have like this patch of grass right here. I would have a flower coming up into the foreground. Like a flower coming up like right here, like a poppy would look really good right here. And then back here where we have this other little patch, I would have another flower here in the grass. And then maybe another one back here, just like little flowers popping up, cropping up all over the place. Again, you don't have to fill this whole patch with the flowers, but like where you have like little spots, I would do just a couple more little details down here. But again, you really don't have to. I think the most impactful place to put one would be the foreground. And if I go back to Belle B, she had that poppy popping up in the foreground, which was really pretty. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. If you can get one of these poppies here, like kind of coming into the base of your shot, right here where you have an opportunity for it, that would be really beautiful. Great job, Fim. Great job. Tanya is next. All right. Nice flower field here. Beautiful. Got a nice mix. We got sunflowers. We got some of the flower bushes in the back. We got the poppies. I love these poppies. The flower wheelbarrow. Very nice. We have the flower shop. And look at that tree line. Beautiful, bright green, vibrant trees. You've also got the petals floating in the sky. Now, one thing I would consider would be your eyeshadow here. It looks like you might have like a really pale, almost like skin tone on the eyeshadow. It's really hard to see. I think if you went with something that was a bit more similar to the shade of your dress, it would stand out a little bit more. But it almost looks like you don't have eyeshadow on. If I look closely, I can see some. Great choice in villagers, though. The Springtime Minnie and Daisy are excellent options here. And you do have some gaps where we can see through in the back. What if you put some street lights back here? Since you are at sunset, you could do green street lights. That way we can have a beautiful green glow coming behind the tree drop instead of seeing you know, these openings here. They're very small openings though, since your backdrop is far away, so they're not detrimental or anything. I like the little greenhouse here. Nice silhouette around the avatar with the street lights here. And yeah, the flower patches are very fun. So yeah, very solid, very solid. I think the only thing that I might have done differently myself is a little bit more diversity in the flowers displayed. From your pocket flowers, I see the poppies and I see the sunflowers. And then I see this Sunlit Plateau flower here. But aside from that, aside from the Sunlit Plateau flower, the sunflower, and the poppies, those are the only flowers I see in your flower field, which is okay, you know. It's not like that's a super big negative, but there are so many beautiful flowers in the game. I think if we mixed a few more in, it could be worth it. I do see one of the Wish Blossom flowers right here. But there's so many fun colors for the poppy flowers. There's also the Bird of Paradise, which is a beautiful flower. There's a lot. But as it is, it's still very well made. Beautiful, beautiful. I think it's very deserving of 4K. You could also have, if you have room beside the wheelbarrows, a little flower popping up in the foreground right here beside you and right here. Because the only openings really in your scene is this little pocket to your right and this little pocket to your left. So if you had a flower coming into the foreground at the base of the shot, it could be worth it. Mama Llama. Look at that cute, look at that bee face. That's a happy bee. So good eyeshadow, good pose. We have the marble columns here. I like that you put the marble columns on the side instead of like looking through them directly. And we have Minnie and Daisy, the flower wheelbarrows. Again, very strong foreground item. And it looks like you went with the Ancients Landing trees. They don't have that signature spring bright green. They're more of a dark green, but they do have a good floral element with those little red flowers that grow out of them. So they're still a good use case, I think. So yeah, those are nice. The rainbow is quite nice here. You got Minnie doing a little wave. and you're using that fence with the fireflies, looks like you have a Vitalis lantern hitting it here as well. What's strong about this is, again, you know, voters really appreciate simple, and this is simple. Simple does not mean lazy. Simple does not mean you didn't do as much as others. It just means everything in the Dreamsnap is really easy to grasp. Having the house in your mid-ground instead of further back and the trees right behind it, you know, there's not a whole lot of depth to look through and pick through for voters. They're going to see right at the front, and they're going to see a beautiful rainbow and a lot of nice flowers and springtime feels. Now, again, the Ancient Landing trees are fun with the red flowers, but Mama Llama, I would love to see this with a tree line with the bright green instead. Not saying you have to do that, but on re-review day tomorrow, I would love to see a version of this with the bright green so we can choose between them. Because as far as spring goes, you know, that vibrant green is so strong for the season. And since this challenge isn't just about flowers, it's about spring itself, having a lot of that vibrant green, I think, is going to go over quite well with voters. Also, since the challenge mentions vibrant, you know, these brighter colors are going to be strong to consider. Scuttle. Got 1 and 2. This one was hard because I had too many ideas. I got 2 options, same scene, slightly different lighting. Originally built this with the New Orleans gazebo, but then rewatched the YouTube video again, swapped it out for the spring well. And thank you for the idea of using the greenhouse cottage like that. I figured out that all the colors of the lilies from Wish Blossom Ranch would go on the pathing the Yellow Birds of Paradise do. Thank you in advance for the advice. Oh, yeah, these are good. These are good. They can also go on the pathing here. The only reason I'm not really using too many of these, but they do look really good here, is because the Wish Blossom Ranch flowers, a lot of them have a pastel coloration, which isn't as vibrant as some of the other flowers. But between your lighting options, I would definitely go with the sunset lighting because it saturates them way more. So in the daytime setting here, beautiful scene, could definitely still get 4K, but the colors, even though you have a lot of diverse colors, they're not as vibrant because a lot of the colors offered up by the Wish Blossom Ranch flowers here are pastel in nature, which naturally is like lighter shades, like you have a light blue, light purple, light pink. So they're not as vibrant, but if you go with sunset, those colors do increase quite a bit. I would also consider maybe sun-baked pathing instead of the mud pathing. But yeah, the tree line looks good with the bright green. And the flowers are packed in quite nicely here. So overall, very strong. Hi, buddy. My cat's here. But yeah, that's what I mean with the flowers. Like, I like the ones that have a lot of vibrancy for this challenge, since the challenge was so big on, you know, color and vibrancy. But these still work, especially if you go with the sunset. Hey, Carolyn! Let's go! Thank you, my friend. Our YouTube channel members are growing. Very nice, very nice. That's awesome. Oh, is Joanne having a hard time getting in the channel? Joanne, are you still chilling in the YouTube chat? Were you trying to access the review stream forum? Samantha said you should be able to see the channels now under Dreamsnap. I can refresh it if you can't. Just let me know. Oh, we got to figure it out? Okay. Yeah, sometimes once somebody becomes a supporter on Twitch, they still can't see the channel, and I have to resync it. Yeah, it's all done now. Thank you. Okay, cool. Good. Carolyn, welcome to the Shinyu fam over here on YouTube. You're actually the second person today on YouTube that has joined our YouTube channel members, which is really exciting because most people watch me on Twitch. This is actually my first dual stream of Dreamlight Valley over on YouTube. And since most people support me on Twitch, you know, we have like, I don't know, probably close to 300 supporters on Twitch, but on YouTube, I think I have like 30 channel members. So it's cool to see that number growing, because I've been uploading YouTube videos for a long time, but since I don't stream on YouTube, there's not as much incentive to become a channel member on YouTube. But since you guys are becoming channel members over on YouTube, I'm going to add some fun emotes and stuff for you guys. I'll look into it this coming weekend, and hopefully by next week, I'll have some cool stuff for you guys to use on YouTube. But yeah, I definitely, since you guys are going to be channel members, I want to make it worth it for you. I want to do something nice to make it worth it on your end. All right. Let's go on to the next one. We got Sophie. Okay. So the first one, Sophie, we're not going to use this one. It's too dark. We don't have light hitting the scene. There's not light hitting you or the flowers. So the challenge said vibrant, colorful, and bright. Unfortunately, this is not bright because the sun is not in the right place. You need the sun hitting your scene if you're going to use sunset. You're using sunset, but it looks like with the way these shadows are, the sun is actually back and to the left. So to use the sunset time of day, you need the sun behind your camera. You got to think of the sun as a giant spotlight. If it's not pointed at the scene, it doesn't work. So then you have this one, which unfortunately you have the same issue here. You see these shadows from your flowers? The sun is still behind, it's still behind your scene. So you're not getting any light on your scene here. And then we have our last one. And on this one, the sun is still behind your scene. It's, you know, we can see the shadows here. But you did boost your character lighting so we could see you better. So what I recommend doing with this one, Carolyn said, where can I share my dream snap? Are you, Caroline? Sorry, I'm calling you Carolyn. I think you're Caroline Rose, right? So, Caroline, you're a supporter on... Are you a supporter on Twitch or just on YouTube? Because I can give you access to the channel. So the way it's set up right now, Caroline, is my Discord, if you link your Twitch and your Discord, my Discord will know you're a supporter on Twitch and it'll give you access to the channel. But if you're a supporter on YouTube, it won't know. But don't worry. It doesn't matter to me where you choose to support. It could be Twitch or YouTube. So if you're not a supporter on Twitch, what I can do is just give you access to the channel. I can just add you as somebody that has channel access. And that's what I'll do for people that become members on YouTube. Unfortunately, there's not a way for me to automate it like I can for Twitch. But I can... Is your name the same? I was thinking we could create a channel on Discord for people to share a pic proving their YouTube support or something like that, so we can add badges for them. Can I add her? Yeah, you can add her. You can add her. Yeah, we might have to do that, Samantha. We might have to do that. Because I don't want to force people to come to Twitch to do snap reviews. If people want to get their snap reviewed from the YouTube side, if they become a channel member, I want to make sure they get the same perks as the people on Twitch. So, unfortunately, I can't automate it like we... You know, there's good Twitch integration with Discord where once you become a supporter and you link your Twitch and your Discord, you can automatically access the channel. I can't do that for YouTube, which is one of the reasons we stream on Twitch most of the time. But we can manually do it. So yeah, if you want to give her access to the channel, if you want to give Caroline access, Ashley, that would be great. And I don't know if we would need... Samantha, I don't know if we would need to make a channel where they like prove it or anything, because... You know, if somebody becomes a channel member while they're here, we can just add them. We can just add them right then. And then if, you know, if we'll address it case by case. If somebody's channel membership expires, and they're uploading, then we'll address it as needed. But yeah, I thought about that last week, you know. I figured we would get some channel members on YouTube that want to do snap reviews. So I figured what we would do, Hey, thank you. Thank you. I figured what we would do is just manually add them, you know. Because most people will go through Twitch. Alfira, thank you for the resub, my friend. I know that was a while ago. I got to refresh my chat on the Twitch side. I think I missed that when that came in. And I think we just got a new... Oh. Caroline Rose, you did not have to do that. You really did not have to do that. That is so nice of you. We were going to take care of you either way. Dang, dude. Now Caroline supported on both. Well, that is really sweet of you, Caroline. You really didn't have to do that. That is so kind. So, all you would need to do to have permanent access to the channel, Caroline, is in your Discord. If you go to your user settings, you can go to connections. If you connect your Twitch and your Discord, my server will know you're a supporter, and you'll have permanent access to that review stream forum. But my mods already gave you permanent access. So that was really sweet of you, but you did not have to do that. Thank you, thank you. Ann says, I can't join your Discord because I don't have a Twitch account and can't get it to give me the code to join. I'm in Norway. You don't need a Twitch account to join Discord. Yeah, you do not need a Twitch account to join Discord. You just need a Discord account. All right. So, back to the snap. We got a lot of snaps to review. So, for those of you that are new on YouTube, when I do these snap reviews, usually I stream like 3 or 4 hours, but snap review days can take a while. Sometimes I'll be live for 4 or 5 or even more, depending on how many snaps we have to review. Usually when I stream, I'm constantly reading chat. I'm constantly chit-chatting with everybody. But during these reviews, I'm very focused on, making sure my supporters get the reviews that, they support for as well. So I stay very focused on these. So if anybody else needs any help, the mods are here to lend a hand, and I will occasionally return to chat when I get the opportunity as well. All right, but we do have we still have so many snaps to look at. Oh my gosh. All right, so Sophie, out of your current options, this one is the best, but unfortunately, you don't have any light hitting like any of your flowers. So again, we've talked about this previously, Sophie. Before you build your scene, before you start placing items, you need to choose the time of day you want to use. You got to do that before building. Once you choose the time of day you're going to use, look at where the sun is and build your scene in front of the sun so the sun hits your scene. Unless you're trying to capture a beautiful sunset or something in your background, because that works too. But in most cases, you're going to want light hitting your scene. Now, thankfully, you've boosted your character lighting and Mirabelle's character lighting to get a bit more light here, but you're not going to have as much color vibrancy because, we can follow the shadows to see where your sun is. We can check right now. So on all 3 of your submissions, unfortunately, your shadows are going towards the camera. So that means the sun is way back here on the left, when what you want is the sun behind your camera. Look at the sun as if it's a giant photo spotlight. You want it to beam light onto the front of your scene. And you'll see that with a lot of our top contenders, people that tend to perform very well. Notice how the shadows are going straight back. The sun is right in front of this. That's why it's so beautifully lit. That's why the trees are shining. That's why the flowers are shining. The sunlight is directly impacting the frame. We see it here, here, here. You'll see it in most photos because most of the people participating in these reviews have been getting reviews from me for a while. And sun positioning and lighting is something I talk about every single week. It is very, very, very important. And it can do a lot to elevate your snaps. Now, Sophie, you've been getting reviews for a few months now, so I'm sure you're aware of the sun in this situation, but maybe you just kind of overlooked it this week or forgot. So I'm not saying you have to tear down your whole build, but what you might need to do is go into your camera settings and change the time of day, go hour by hour until you can hopefully find an hour where the sun is actually hitting this. If you can't, then go with this one. And for your future snap, Sophie, I'm telling you, it is going to really help your performance if you're always mindful about where the sun is. So before ever starting your build, always consider lighting. Always consider lighting. Silver tab is next. Let's see, we got 1, 2, and 3. Trying to figure out time and character actions, daytime versus sunset, and dancing/painting versus facing the camera. Okay. So the daytime, unfortunately, for the daytime hour you're using, you see your shadows, they're going towards the camera. So the back of these items are being lit up. The back of you is being lit up. That's why you look so pale. And that's why Mirabelle looks dark and your trees look dark. So if you're going to go with daytime, you need to choose a different hour where the sun is hitting the scene. Now, luckily for you, a lot of your scene is being hit with the sunset time of day. The sun still, it's off to your left though. So you see the shadows going this way. And right here, shadows going this way. You're being hit with the sun here. Mirabelle's being hit on our left side. But imagine this scene if the sun was behind the camera hitting all of this. All these greens would be twice as vibrant. And there is no saturation to fix that. There's not really much you can do to get the beauty of the sunset lighting hitting your scene, except for building your scene with that in mind. But you see how this sunflower back here doesn't have much of its beautiful color? And this one does. Like the difference between these two sunflowers. Oh, sorry, I'm blocking it here. So look at this sunflower. Now look at this sunflower. This one is being hit by the sun. This one is not. If you built this scene with the sun behind the camera, they would both have this beautiful color, and all your trees would as well. Luckily, with the sun being back into the left, at least it's hitting the right side of your scene really well. I would not go with the daytime one, though, because the avatar's not getting hit. It's lighting up the back of Mirabelle. It's lighting up the back of your flowers. So this isn't really giving you the best lighting. The sunset's going to be the better bet here. And I wouldn't worry too much about which avatar poses you would do. I would say go with the painting and the dancing. I think this one's more fun. This one, they're just kind of standing there, but it's still pretty. Either way, these two, believe it or not, will probably rank almost identical. So most voters aren't going to decide based on, oh, Mirabelle's spinning here and painting here versus them just kind of chilling. They're gonna decide based on the overall composition, lighting, and scene. Like, small details like villagers in the midground aren't as impactful as a lot of people think they are. So it is more fun with them dancing and painting, though. So I would definitely go with this one. And silver tab, just be very mindful of that sun. This photo would have been even more beautiful, and it's a beautiful scene, but it would have been even more beautiful if you set this up towards the sun. And, again, we can see the shadows. So the shadow from this poppy is going to the right. We want the shadow going back. Maybe even a little back and to the right, but they need, you need that sun behind the camera. And I'm not saying you have to do it every time, but it makes a huge difference in the way your snap looks. Like this is the kind of color and the kind of vibrancy you get when you use the sun as a spotlight. So like, this is one of the most beautiful snaps we've seen today. And one of the things that makes it so beautiful is that level of saturation. Hey, let's go, Shelly, thank you. Dang, dude, that's our 3rd channel member today. Thank you so much. Look at that, you guys, look at that. We're growing over on YouTube. That's exciting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to add some fun stuff for you guys. So if you look at the sunlight in this scene, look at how vibrant the trees are. All the sunflowers have this beautiful, bright glow to them. All the flowers are capturing light. Every bit of Rapunzel is lit up. And you can see the shadow. It's going back. It's going back. So even the shadow of the arm is actually gracing the front of the avatar here. So we know the sun is back behind the camera and a little left. And, you know, if you didn't do that this week, don't worry. That's one of those tips you can pay forward. You know, you can take that for your next challenge. And if you want to do a scene at sunset, go into your settings, change your time of day to sunset, take note of where the sun is, and then build your scene. What I do to make it easier, I take the wishing well on my floating islands, and I put it in the corner of the island where the sun sets. That way I always know which way to build. So that's a fun little life hack you can use to always get that optimal lighting in a lot of your snaps, because the sun always sets in the same place on the floating islands. Miss Spock is next. Wow, that's vibrant. Dang, bro. That's bright. It said bright. Challenge says bright. Thanks for the review as always. You're welcome. You're welcome. So we have the mushroom arch here with the hanging flowers. You have Rapunzel in the back here. And it looks like you have some Vitalis lanterns at the base, giving like a lot of extra light. But I'll be honest, I think it's like... I think it would be, this photo would be stronger, Miss Spock, if you had more vibrant green and less yellow. It's like very heavy on the yellow and light down here. So you have these two flower wheelbarrows. Now, you know, the foreground element of the hanging flowers is cute and fun, but it's not quite necessary. It's not adding too much value to the snap. I think you would get better value by taking your flower wheelbarrows and putting them in the corner. And I would take the Vitalis lanterns away, because again, you know, when we think about spring, we think about the season and celebrating the season. Seeing these vivid bright greens heavily in the snap accompanying the flowers, like even the flower stall that we got from the STARPATH, it has spring vibes. It's got the greens, it's got these little flower petals. This is the kind of color tone that you're thinking here. In yours, your greens are all kind of buried in the back, and you've buried them even more with the Isabella rugs here. I'm not saying the Isabella rugs are a bad choice, but there's just not a lot of green in your photo. It's very vibrant, it's very colorful, and it's pretty, but I think it would do even better if you played up the springtime colors a little bit more. So, you know, just going back here, you don't need to always go very heavy with the Vitalis lanterns. They're very fun. But in a challenge like this, using your saturation slider and using light from the sun to get a very natural, beautiful, like springtime scene is going to be very strong. And if you got those flower wheelbarrows in the corner of your snap here, instead of the Vitalis lanterns and the big, because the big bushes you have here as well, you know, they don't really have the best spring colors. They have like kind of yellow and pink. We get some green with the tree line, but that's it. And we have a little bit of green with the wheelbarrows, which is why I think, you know, I would get rid of the mushroom arch. I would do the flower wheelbarrows in the corner instead of the Vitalis lanterns. And I would also consider pocket flowers, you know, dropping some inventory flowers into your build. Like instead of the Isabella rugs, you can have a nice little green pathway lined by dozens of beautiful little flowers. Now, with all that said, even if you leave this as it is, it still has a good chance at 4K. My concern, though, is that I think it might end up struggling against snaps that have more of a natural spring feel, because that's the idea this week, is to celebrate spring. And subconsciously, you know, when people think about spring, you know, they're automatically going to default to these beautiful bright shades of green, because that's what you see in the spring. You know, if you live somewhere where it snows and gets cold, you know, when spring hits, the grass starts to turn a bright shade of green, the leaves start growing, you start seeing all this greenery and flowers. That's why scenes like this, I think, are going to perform very, very well this week. Or, you know, scenes like this. I would be careful not to get, you know, too heavy into some of the other color mixes. Dang, we got another channel member. No way, dude. Thank you. Holly, welcome. Welcome to the supporter family, my friend. Thank you, thank you. All right. Erica. Hey, man, can you shut my door? I can hear your TV on my mic.
Hora, hora.
Oh, thank you. Heavenly, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Like I said, thank you for the review. I'm working as well, but was able to watch mine. The border light was from Vignette to make everything more bright. I'll add some more trees. More green is a great idea. I'm glad you feel that way. And Heavenly, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Carolyn a while ago said, it's okay, don't worry. I found your videos on YouTube and I really enjoy them. I appreciate all the content and videos you put out. Oh, thank you, Carolyn. Well, I just want to say that was really sweet of you to show support on both platforms. That's very, very kind of you. So thanks again, thanks again. Now, this is a beautiful scene, dude. Wow, this is really nice. Whose is this? Oh, it's Erica's. Okay, let's go. Hi, Samai. This was a fun one this week. A little nervous about the pose, but I spent all these moonstones on this watering can. So I thought I'd try to use it since it fits the flower theme. Okay, well, you know what? I like it. I think it's really pretty. And, you know, if you are going to buy the new tool, yeah, I think it's great to use. So I love your scene. This is really, really strong. It's funny because this plays into exactly what I was just talking about. This is exactly what I meant about really embodying that springtime feel. You have lush, vibrant greens. You know, the environment is springing back to life. You have a dress that really fits the environment. I love the hairstyle too. You know, this is the best hair choice for this week because it has the flowers in it, but I love the way you've colored it. The yellow and pink is really nice. That's super fun. The profile here, we can still see your makeup. We see the red lip here. Rapunzel looks good. There is a little bit of shade hitting Rapunzel. I think it's from this magnolia tree you have in your foreground. You could boost her character lighting just a little bit. I wouldn't boost it too much because you're in the light. So, you know, sadly, I wish they had a separate slider, like character lighting for each villager and then for you, but it boosted for both. But I would boost it a little bit just to get the shade off of Rapunzel a tiny bit here. But yeah, I think that's about all I would do differently here. I love this scene. You got a nice little Mickey cloud up in the sky. Beautiful mix of flowers. Like, look at that diversity. You have the flower wheelbarrow at the front. You have the poppies. You have the wish blossom flowers. You have glass flowers. You have bioluminescent flowers. You have red daisies. Like, you have, like, birds of paradise. I think you have, like, 7 or 8 different flowers here. And this is what I was talking about earlier when I was reviewing some other snaps. Getting that, you know, there's so many pretty flowers in the game. Taking the time to visit your storage and grabbing the flowers that can be packed in together and then kind of blending them, it just makes the flower field feel so magnificent. It's really pretty. The sun-baked clay path here looks wonderful. The Tinkerbell house is a great choice. Yeah, I love everything about this. Really good lighting, really good scene, great outfit. I know with the watering can, the one downside is you can't push the camera too close, but you're still, you know, pretty close to the avatar, and you have Rapunzel right there with you, which I think is a good strength. But yeah, I think this will do well. The colors are very nice. You know, ultimately, however you do is gonna be determined by what you pop up against and what kind of voters you get. But I can tell you, from my standpoint, I would definitely vote for this. I think this is a very, very beautiful snap. Well done. Lunerys is next. Really loving this week's theme and scene I put together, but I sort of feel like it's missing something to make it really stand out. I don't know. Let me know what you think. Okay. A cute dress. I'm happy you went with the yellow one. The white one's pretty, but since the challenge wants colorful, I think going with something with a bit of color is a good option. Rapunzel is nice and close. I like the fountain paired with the magnolias. Did you happen, Lunerys, to do Garden of Whimsy StarPath. Do you have the flower wheelbarrows? I know we've talked about this before. I think you're relatively new, so you might not have done it. But those flower wheelbarrows, I think, would be much better than these flower bushes for your foreground. We can see them here in this one. Like, these are the flowers from the wheelbarrow, and these are the flowers from the wheelbarrow. But they come up a bit higher, and they have a really good bright green to them. And that would give you more bright green in your foreground and a bit more flower diversity in the foreground as well. Now, as far as, like, you know, something missing, I don't really think anything is necessarily missing from your photo. I think you've captured what you need to really, you know, embody spring. You have a nice little flower patch on the left and right. You have, you know, a nice little bright green tree line. But, you know, you are very close to your backdrop, so you have limited space to decorate. So maybe that's why you're feeling that way. Because, you know, like this snap, for example, it goes back a little bit further than yours. Not by much, but a little bit further, which has allowed them to have a bigger field of flowers in that sense. Or in this one, you know, the line goes back a lot further. So in snaps like that, you're going to have, you know, they're going to have more space to decorate. Which you don't have to do, you know, like I've mentioned several times, voters do love simple, so something like this can go over well. The other thing is hyacinths. They're very beautiful flowers, but they have a very big footprint in the grid. I think they need 4x4, so you can't put any flowers around them. That might be something that's making you feel like it's missing something, because maybe subconsciously you really want to occupy the space around those flowers, but you can't. Like, maybe you want to put items here next to this flower, but you can't because the hyacinth takes up that whole grid space. Now, if you focus, you do have Eternity Isle, because I see you have the luminescent flowers. What if instead of the hyacinths, you know, you played up flowers that can fit together? So, pretty much everything from Eternity Isle, glass flowers, birds of paradise, poppies. There's also the flowers from Wish Blossom, luminescent flowers, all these things. You can put them together nice and tight and have a beautiful flower field. So it might be the fact that some of this space doesn't feel occupied because of some of the flowers you're using having a big footprint. Maybe that's what it is. But it's hard to say. You could always keep this one submitted and play around with your flower patch a little bit. I would give that a try and see if you feel better about it. And then additionally, I see you have the magnolia trees, like the pink ones. The green ones, the green versions of these, they're a very dark shade of green, which makes the sides of your photo feel a bit darker. If you can find a tree or something that's about mid-size that has more of a bright shade of green, I would definitely go for that. Like the trees you have in the back are perfect. The bright green vines wrapping around this are nice. And you have bright green, you know, trees at the top. But in the middle here, these green magnolias, they're a bit darker. And I think if you had more bright green on the sides, the photo would pop a bit more. But yeah, overall, it's a very solid snap. It's very beautiful. I think you did a great job, especially for a smaller, simple environment. I like the way you blended the flowers. It's a nice mix and it has a good springtime feel. So even if you don't change it, it has a good chance for 4K. JMR. Well, this is an interesting take on the challenge. I think you might be missing the mark a little bit here, to be honest. It's so pretty, but this feels like Bellinate romance again. I mean, I know there's no dinner scene in your shot, but, you know, let's revisit what the description said. Welcome spring with color, right? So this challenge, and the title is also Spring into Style. So this challenge is about spring. That's the central focus. That's the first sentence. That's what voters are going to see when they're voting. You know, your average selfie submitter, your average quest photo submitter, they're not always going to read what the challenge says. You know, they don't even really do the challenge. Why would they read what it says? So when they vote, the only thing they're going to see is the title. That makes the title extremely important. And the title says Spring into Style. So, red trees, very risky. They don't, you know, this, if, and another thing too is I have like a saying I always go with, which is it's always a good idea to design your Dreamsnap in a way to where the title can be guessed by somebody that's never played. So if someone were to show me this photo and say, what do you think the theme for this is? Spring is probably going to be one of the last things that comes to my mind, to be honest. And I'm not saying that to be rude, but the first thing I think is romance. Valentine's Day. You know, it's all pinks and reds. It's all pinks and reds. There's very little green. And, you know, you have a lot of red and orange trees. Now, and then also for your bushes, you know, the flower bushes are fun. But if you used more pocket flowers, you could get some really beautiful color diversity in there. If this were a submission for a romantic spring, or not even spring, I don't think it's going to work for spring really, but, and this could potentially still get 4K just because it's pretty, because it's a super pretty scene. I love the rainbows. You got perfect lighting, like the sun's right behind the camera. Mickey and Minnie look good. So there's a lot of things about this photo that are really, really nice. So it could get 4K, but it's always, you're taking a huge risk when you deviate from the title, in a sense, and that's kind of what you've done here. If you want to keep the romance vibe, that's fine, but you definitely got to up the spring feel. So, personally, I wouldn't do the romance thing at all. You know, I think most people that play Dreamsnaps, you know, we just saw that a few weeks ago. I think a lot of people that see this are going to be like, you know, is it a romance snap again? Like, is that an old circulation? So, in my Thursday video about the Dreamsnap Challenge, I talked about good houses to use. We talked about good flowers to use. We talked about layering those flowers. I would consider checking out that video when you get a chance, because a lot of the stuff I discussed, except for the bee, aren't really in play here. Again, it's a really pretty scene. So, I mean, it could still get 4K. But for me, if I'm voting, you know, if it popped up against a snap like this, or pretty much any of these ones we've seen that feel more like spring, I'm going to have to go with those, because it feels like they took the theme in the intended direction, so to say. But again, really, really, really pretty scene. It just feels like you added your own idea to it. And that's something also I want to warn everybody on. When we get a challenge, I've seen a lot of people miss out on 4K because they did the theme, but they added their own spin on it. Like, they added something else to the theme. I've also seen it work out. Like, I've seen people get a really good rank from this, but I've also seen it mess people up. So this week's challenge is about springtime and the style, the outfit. It's not about romance at all. So you added that yourself. Now, sometimes that works out. If you can find a way to deliver the romance and the spring vibes better, I think it could work out well. But one of the reasons I've been so consistent with getting 4K is because I only focus on the theme. I don't add any outside element to my Dreamsnap. So when it comes to whatever the theme is, like, that's what my entire photo is about. So seaside chic, it's literally just seaside in a chic outfit. Like, that's, you know, keep it simple, keep it safe. Architectural statement, I didn't even show my avatar. It's like 90% buildings because it's about the architecture. Pattern party, it was all, you know, there's party hats, there's confetti, and there's patterns. Pattern party. Everything in this photo had to do with pattern party. Majesty on Ice. The description mentioned Elsa's Crystal Kingdom. So, you know, very regal. You get what I'm saying. When the challenge, you know, Frost and Fairies challenge, we got fairies, we got fairy wings, and everything's frosty. I didn't do a romantic Frost and Fairies. I didn't do a villainous Frost and Fairies. I just did Frost and Fairies. Now, I'm not saying you can't add your own fun spins, but it is kind of cool to step out of your comfort zone and do something you wouldn't normally do. So if you get a challenge for Frost and Fairies, maybe I would never build a Frost and Fairy scene, but I love building villainous scenes. Well, it might be more fun for me to step out of my comfort zone and just do the challenge than just doing my own thing. Because you can do your own thing every single day in Dreamlight Valley. You can build whatever you want every single day. A Dreamsnap challenge is unique. That's something else giving you an outside concept, pushing you out of your comfort zone, having you make something you wouldn't normally make a lot of the times. So just keep that in mind, JMR, for Dreamsnap challenges. Overall, I do believe it's generally it's going to be safer to focus entirely on the theme and avoid outside concepts. And like I said, sometimes it works out and you can get a really good rank from doing that. But one of the things that's kept my results very consistent is that I try to avoid outside concepts in my snaps. Switch Mama is next. I went with brighter lighting because it seemed appropriate for the theme. I don't have Rapunzel Dream Style. Unfortunately, I added a motif. Characters fit in. Let me know what you think. So brighter lighting? What do you mean, like daytime? Because like sunset is just as bright. Like this is sunset. And if anything, the colors are more vibrant. But if you watch my Thursday video, Switch Mama, I did state that both sunset and midday work really well. Now, luckily for you, you do have the sun behind the camera. I can see your shadow going this way. So you do have really nice lighting on the characters. But I just want you to be aware that sunset lighting is just as bright and actually offers more color. So, you know, but both are good for this week's theme. Now, for your environment here, you got a fun mix. You got a lot of pastels. I think the photo could definitely stand to be a little bit more vibrant, though. Maybe boosting your saturation would be good. Since you're not going to do sunset, then going into your camera settings and adjusting saturation, maybe take it to 0.3, 0.4, you can get way better color out of your scene here. The other thing I definitely think you need is more springtime green. You have a lot of pinks and colors over here. Rapunzel's wearing pink, you're wearing pink, and, you know, we have this very pale pink on the dress, which you can get more color out with saturation. You have pink flowers along the path. We have the pink Isabella rug. We have this pink Isabella tree. We have the mushroom banner, which hangs down pink flowers. You have a pink flower back here. You have the pink castle. So, yeah, loaded with pink. But, you know, when you think springtime in your everyday life, like, what color comes to mind? For a lot of people, it's going to be green. It's going to be that nice, vibrant green as things spring back to life. I'm not saying you have to change everything about this, but if you added some beautiful, you know, vibrant green trees to your backdrop, you can bring that green into this scene as well. Really good shot of Rapunzel here, by the way. Mirabelle is fun to use, and again, you know, I think you're the second person to use the horse with like the fairy setup with the flowers. Great choice, great choice. I like the giant ladybug in the back. But yeah, the big thing for your snap is I definitely think you would benefit from more green. And also, as mentioned, sunset photos are just as bright as midday photos. They have the same lighting as far as brightness goes. It's just that sunset photos have more saturation. And saturation makes things more vibrant. And the challenge asked us for vibrant. So if you're not going to do sunset, definitely consider boosting vibrancy. It's going to make your photos stand out more. And I would certainly consider adding some beautiful, bright, vivid greens to your shot to give it more of a springtime feel. Sunshine is next. I love seeing these wide angle shots. It makes me want to alter my settings to wide angle for at least one challenge. Happy Monday, 2 different snaps. One has a Mickey Clown, one has the pink bee. Which one is better? And any thoughts would be greatly appreciated. Okay. Well, wow, they're both so pretty. First off, I just want to compliment you on all these beautiful greens. You know, I had other people using these trees earlier and they got rid of them because they were a darker green, but that's because they were kind of in the shade. You have them right in the sun, and they just have these beautiful shades. You also have vibrant greens down here at the base. The flower wheelbarrows, again, one of the absolute best foreground items ever to come to this game. They are so stunning. You have the nice flower patches behind you, more flower wheelbarrows here. We have the these beautiful gazebos in the backdrop. And I love these sunflowers kind of around you here. And you even have the big, like, red flowers down here, too. The hairstyle is really fun. Great job on the eyeshadow, matching the hair coloration. I like the lip choice you've gone with here. The necklace, the pearl wing necklace, works really good with the hairstyle, too. And the yellow dress really balances it out. I think if you would have worn, like, the Isabella dress, it would have been, like, way too much light purple. I'm glad you went with a dress that has a bold, vivid color option. You know, like, this dress is really pretty, but what worries me about this dress is the base of it is very pale. You know, it's not a very bright, like, the centerpiece, the torso piece is perfect, but the base, I just wish it was like I wish it was the same shade as the top. But yeah, this is super vivid, super vibrant, very bright. I think this is exactly what the challenge is asking of us. Now, between the two, I like the one with the bee more. I think it balances the shot. Because in the first one, we have... Let me minimize so you guys can see better. In the first one, we have Rapunzel, we have Aurora, and then we have Lady. So we have a little bit of a heavy side on the left with presents. You know, villagers, companions, what have you. Whereas with the second option, adding the bee, I think kind of balances the shot a little bit. Because now in front of the trees on the left, we have Aurora. And in front of the trees on the right, we have the bee. So I think it adds more things for the eye to take in on the right-hand side. Since we have so much to take in on the left, it's just nice to have an extra element on the right. So yeah, I love the bee. And also, those bees are so darn cute. And it works so good for springtime, too. You know what I mean? So yeah, gorgeous, gorgeous scene. Also, really good job on the saturation. It looks like you're in daytime lighting, not sunset, I think. But you've boosted the saturation to really bring out these colors. Yeah, gorgeous, gorgeous shot here, Sunshine. Really well done. I am wondering if Aurora would look better in her pink outfit, or would that be too much pink, you know? Would it be too much color? I kind of like that she's wearing more of a muted outfit in this one, because we already have so much color. It makes her kind of stand out in a way. But it would be fun to see her with the other style, though, if you want to throw in one for re-review tomorrow with her in the alternate style. But I definitely think this is a very good contender for 4K. Like I mentioned a lot today, all of these colors are important. You know, we're supposed to make a colorful snap, and it needs to be vibrant. So having all these fun colors is huge. But one color in particular, I think, is being overlooked in a lot of snaps, and that's that bright green. I'm not saying you have to have that to get 4K. I'm not saying you have to have that. I mean, who knows? All the top 3 photos might have no bright green. You never know. There's no way to tell how results are going to go, because nobody knows what determines who you pop up against. It's probably just random. And who your voters are. Some voters are literally just out to get their 50 moonstones, and they're just going to click on the left 10 times. It doesn't matter. Some voters are going to be super picky. Some just want simple snaps to look at. And sometimes you're going to pop up against random selfies. Other times you're going to pop up against photos like this. There's a lot of elements we can't control. So just because I'm saying bright green is important doesn't mean you absolutely have to have it. But I do think it's a safe thing to do for this challenge. Anytime you're talking about spring, you know, sunny weather, beautiful flowers, vibrant greens. Hey! Junia, thank you for the resub. Is going to be, you know, a good thing to consider. Beautiful work here, Sunshine. Not much I would consider doing differently here at all. I would love to see Aurora in the brighter outfit, though. Just to see it, you know. But yeah, wonderful work. Frogger, let's go. 2 shots this week. Can't make up my mind which I like better. Different dress and different angle. What do you think? I am so discouraged. I really could use all the help I can get. Thank you. Discouraged. Well, that's unfortunate, my friend. Let's see what you got here. When you say discouraged, have you been getting less than favorable results? So, between your 2 options, Frogger, I wish we could see your hair in this one. The fact that your hair is just gone with this hat is a little off-putting. And this one's really pretty. I think it's a good outfit, and we can see your hair. But both of these snaps have a pretty big issue. And that's your distance from the avatar and the angle of your shot. It looks like you're using free mode. When you use the camera mode that allows you to zoom in and out and move around, it's actually one of the worst modes to use for dream snaps unless you are really, really, really good at dream snaps. Now, some people if you get in up high place and you use free mode and you look over your avatar and then you have a downward angle looking into your build, it can be really strong. I've got snaps like that and I can show them to you. But 99.9% of the time I use portrait mode. And you might be in portrait mode here. You might just be arching the camera up. But I want to point out a pretty big difference, Frogger, between your dream snap and the other dream snaps. Look at how small your avatar is in this shot. They take up maybe 6% of your photo. Same with this one. Now, look at your competition. When it comes to getting 4,000 moonstones, you have to beat 96% of players to get 4,000 moonstones. And that's what these reviews are for. Helping people get to 4K consistently. So, a lot of the people you see here that we are reviewing do consistently get 4K. Some of them were already getting 4K when they started participating. Some of them were having a really hard time. But now, most of them get 4K very consistently. Some people still fluctuate. Some people are still working on grasping certain concepts. But most of the people here that have participated in these reviews for a while have a really strong understanding of how Dreamsnaps works and how to approach different challenges. Now, one thing you've probably noticed as we've moved through all these photos is that everybody's avatar has a much bigger presence than yours. Notice how much of the photo these avatars are occupying. They've got the camera pushed up closer. They're not using free mode, they're using portrait mode, but they've pushed the camera closer. They've also added a lot of detail to their environment. So, for example, in your shot here, not only is your avatar really small, but 25% of your picture is this bush. This is 25%. A quarter of your photo is a bush. I'm not saying that to be rude. I'm not trying to tear you down. I'm just trying to give you some perspective on what might be holding you back here. So let's look at like a high-performing snap. We just looked at this one. Let's go back to it. Now, in this snap, they've pushed the camera closer to the avatar. They have a beautiful foreground element with these flowers here on the left and right. Behind that, they have loads of additional flowers, loads of additional details, flower planters, a walkway, wheelbarrows, trees, gazebos, and then they built out their background with landscaping items like giant sunflowers. You know, there's the fairy blossom back here. Even though I can't see it, I know that's what it is because that's what the top of it looks like. We can see these giant bellflowers. This is what it takes to get 4K. Hey, no way, dude. Did we get another channel member on YouTube? Let's go. Welcome, welcome. No way, we got another one. What? Look, my cat's coming to say hello to you guys. Say hi, Horny. Wait, what is happening right now? Bro, no way we got 3 in a row. Dude, thank you. Okay, dude. Hang on. Wait, was there a gifted? Did somebody gift channel memberships? Like, what is causing this? Oh, it was gifted. Thank you, Sunshine. Hey, I think you might be the first person ever that's gifted memberships on YouTube. I've never had that happen before. I didn't even know it was the same alert as usual. That makes sense. I knew something different had to be going on. I was like, you know, there's something happening over here. Well, very nice. Thank you, Sunshine. Nora, by Karimi, Michael Craig, or Michaela Craig, Luis, and Cecily. Sunshine said, hooray for being first. Yeah, I think that's the first gifted memberships I've seen. I mean, we haven't done very many YouTube streams. I think in the history of my entire YouTube, this is my 4th YouTube stream, and 2 of them were last week that we did, like, you know, without much notification. We're just testing the waters. But thank you, Sunshine. Appreciate the 5 channel member gifted. That's very nice of you. All right, so on the topic of your snap here, and thank you again, Sunshine. That's very sweet. So Frogger, since you're feeling discouraged, that's kind of why I want to point out what makes a dream snap successful. Hordy, Daddy's busy, buddy. I'm not close to being done yet, okay? I'm sorry, my cat is really needy. He is extremely needy. He's obsessed with me. Right, buddy? Yeah, look at him. Look at him over here. He has his own chair next to me. And he's scratching it. He's scratching his chair. It's okay, buddy. I'll be done in a bit. Yeah, he's a good boy. Can you guys hear him purring? Hang on. He has a very loud purr. Listen. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Hi, good boy. You good boy? Let's get that controller out of your way. Yeah. Yeah, you good boy. Hi, buddy. Okay. Let Daddy finish working, okay? All right. So, Frogger, when it comes to getting 4K, if you want to get 4,000 moonstones or good results, to get 4,000 moonstones, you have to put in 4,000 moonstone effort. Now, that doesn't mean you have to make a picture quite this advanced. It doesn't mean you have to spend hours and hours and hours on your snap. For example, with this snap, I got rank 180 or something. So I was in the top 200 of all snaps. This took me 20 minutes. Maybe 30 wrangling the villagers. But I didn't do much for this. However, I did tackle some key things you need to consider when building a snap and hoping to get 4K. First of all, there are 3 layers every dream snap should have. Foreground, midground, background. So for our foreground, we have party hats because this was pattern party. And then we have our avatar in the foreground as well. For our midground, we have these rainbows and these rugs and these flower wheelbarrows. And for our background, we have, you know, the trees and the rainbow in the back and the lights. And then we have these villagers as well. What made this dream snap do good is that it was simple, it was easy to understand, and it had good balance, symmetry, lighting, and color. And it delivered very well on what the theme represented. Now, for this week being spring into style, one of the things the challenge is asking us to do is show off that spring style. That's why it's a good week to get closer to the camera. You got to keep in mind, Frogger, a lot of people are voting on small screens. A lot of people are voting on Apple Arcade. They're on mobile. They're on Switch. They're on Steam Deck. And believe it or not, most people don't enlarge snaps. A majority of people go in to get their 50 moonstones and they get out. They just click on whichever one looks better and they keep it moving. I'm talking about your average selfie submitter, your average quest photo submitter. They're not going to put a ton of thought into their own dream snap. Why would they put a ton of thought into voting? So that's why it's a good idea. Horty. Horty. Come on now, buddy. Just ignore my cat blocking my screen, you guys. That's why it's a good idea to get closer to your avatar. Come over here. because you're going to give the voters that like a simple experience, an easier look at your style and the look you've created. When you're further away like this, you're making it a bit harder for them to appreciate your makeup, appreciate the design choice. And in addition to that, the next layer that you need to think about is you have to design your snap in a way to compete and contend with other good snaps. In order for you to get 4,000 moonstones, 96 people have to fail for you to be 1 out of 4 that get 4,000 moonstones. Only 4% of players get 4,000. So, again, that doesn't mean you have to put hours and hours of work into your snap, but you do want to think about your angle, your overall design. Now, with your 2 scenes here, you know, if they popped up against the right thing, sure, they could potentially get 4K. Almost any snap can if you do the theme. Doing the theme is the minimum to get 4K most of the time. I've seen some snaps that failed to do the theme and still got 4K anyway. But what's rough for yours is when you're making those layers, you know, foreground, midground, background, you want small stuff in the foreground, medium-sized stuff in the midground, and really big stuff in the background. You've kind of got it mixed up here. Like in this photo, you have a really big bush in the foreground, which makes it to where we can't see anything behind this. So because of that, 25% of your photo is a bush. In this one, you have super giant flowers in your midground. We can't see the top of them. We can't see what makes them beautiful. All we see are these big brown, you know, stems and these giant leaves. So if you were to change your approach, go to an area with more room. Small items in the front, like the flowers. Put flowers at the front, like these wheelbarrows. Medium items in the mid, like these gazebos, or these tall flowers, the ones behind Rapunzel, or this fairy flower garden. You know, it's a medium height item. We can still see over it. And then in the background, we put our tall items, like those giant flowers you were using. They would go back there. You see how the layers work here? So it goes small in the foreground, medium in the midground, large in the background. A very easy way to layer and structure your snaps. That's what you, I think, need to focus on the most here with where you are. If you're getting discouraged, that's probably one of the big things holding you back is your layering. Like, yes, this scene looks really fun and whimsical and cool, but you're competing against a lot of really talented individuals. And you're going to have to adjust your approach if you want to be able to take somebody else's spot in 4K, because that's what you're doing. You know, when you earn 4K, it's because somebody else lost out on 4K. So in order for you to take somebody else's spot, you need to think about how you can grow. Don't get discouraged. Anytime you get less than you expected, it's an opportunity. It's a chance. It's a chance to learn. It's a chance to look at your photo and say, what could I have done differently? I would say any week where you don't get what you hope to get, you should immediately go to the top 3 and take notes. That's why it's so good that they show us the top 3. Like if I got 2,500 or 1,500, I wouldn't be too upset about it. It happens, you know. I get 4K most of the time, and I'm thankful for that. But if I missed out, I'm not gonna like, you know, I'm not gonna be like, well, I quit Dreamsnaps, or I guess I'm not good at them. No, I'm gonna be like, I know I could do better, and I think you know you could do better too. So if you happen to get results that aren't quite what you were hoping for, don't let it discourage you, especially if you enjoy doing these snaps. Instead, take it as an opportunity to learn. Go to the top submissions. Again, look at the layers. Small items in the foreground. Look at that. Little birds of paradise, little plants. Medium items in the midground. Like we have the, what is that? The piñata. We have the celebration basket. We have a table. We have the guitar. We have the food. Large items in the background. So mini casita, the rainbow, the Neverland river kit, the trees. This is exactly what I was talking about with layers. So I think that's, and if you, you know, if you visit the top 3 whenever you get the results you don't hope for, this is what you can do. You can come here and you can see what you could have done differently. And in time, you'll start to understand, where your shortcomings were. So if I were you for this week, you still have some time. I would reconsider your submission this week. I wouldn't use either one of these. I would make sure to push the camera closer to your avatar. We've discussed that on stream already today, how to do that. You can use Vizier's alchemy table. You can use different items to get closer to your camera. I would use portrait mode, and just make sure you layer your photo. Draw inspiration from the many amazing snaps we've seen today. Look at how many incredible snaps we have here. Most of these people will get 4K, but some of them won't. Some of them will be really unlucky and they'll just pop up against really good photos, but most of these will get 4K. And I want you to also be part of that. I want you to be part of that group that comes here to learn, doesn't get discouraged, continues to improve, and then consistently earns what they were hoping to earn. It takes time. And, it's not like you'll jump to 4K right away if it's not consistent. Maybe you go from 900 to 1500, or maybe 1500 to 2500. But if you stay consistent and you continue to grow and learn, you can get 4K every single week. Alfira is next. Ooh, dang. Beautiful. I might have placed too many flowers. Thank you as always, Senpai. Yeah, I love all the flowers. I don't think you placed too many. This is kind of, I think this is like the strength this week, is to go with a lot of flower diversity and have a lot of flowers. It takes me back to like this one, we have flowers everywhere, even the giant ones in the back. And it's the same with mine. I have like very large flower fields in mine. The flower stall is a very good bet this week. You got the flower castle in the back. I think the only thing I would do slightly different here, Alfira, like I like the red trees, adding more color variety to the background. But I think if you want more color variety in the background, I would solely do bright green trees in the back, but then just put giant flowers in front of them. Like, you can always do more of the sunflowers or more of these like pink ones with the ladybug. Though, even if you keep this exactly as it is, this will get 4K, I think. It's very detailed. It has great color diversity. I do think it would feel even more spring-inspired if we had a bit more green in the backdrop, but you have great lighting, and you're showcasing a lot of green on the ground here, so it definitely delivers on the spring vibes. Really beautiful. Keto is next. Red hair was such a last-minute decision. I feel like a teenager having a meltdown and not knowing what color to dye my hair when I look at this. It was a snap war, so no changes, but as always, soaking up inner knowledge for future snaps. Thanks for all the epic advice. Oh, okay. A snap war. Well, that's kind of fun. Well, very beautiful, very beautiful. It feels spring. My only concern... dude, I love the Aurora pose here with the bird. That's so pretty. And yeah, all the villagers look good. My only concern here is that it does feel a bit urban. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. The reason it makes me concerned is that a majority of the really strong snaps I've seen this week seem to be heavily nature-inspired, maybe featuring a house or a flower shop, but I see a lot of trees. I'm seeing a lot of grass. I'm not seeing a lot of pavement. And anytime we have a snap that advocates for vibrant colors or, just brightness or vibrant environments in general, I try to avoid gray pathing. But this could still certainly get 4K. I mean, it's a great shot of the villagers. Really, really good look at the avatar. I actually really like the red hair you chose. The red eyeshadow looks really nice. The butterflies are awesome. You got the new house here. But yeah, it does feel very urban, which it's not necessarily off theme. The flower shop makes it feel very spring. The flowers in the foreground make it feel very spring. So I definitely think it still has, a great chance at 4K. Very likely will get 4K. I think it might struggle against snaps like this, though. Or some of the others we've seen that are, because for every big building we have here, there could be more spring florals. And yeah, these buildings do have spring florals attached to them, and they do go well with the theme. But again, it's very urban. It's very urban. I love it, though. I think it's beautiful. I would definitely vote for this. The question is, how will voters react to it if it pops up against settings that are more nature inspired and carry more of that signature spring green. That's the big question, but I really like this. I think it's beautiful. Danielle. Okay, you got the new house. We got some flower patches here. You got some lanterns and the yellow dress. So a few things. First off, Danielle, I would get a little closer to the camera. You did push the camera up some, but I'd take a few steps in. I would get even closer. I really like the complexion of your skin here paired with the gold dress. I think these two things go together really nicely. But I would get closer, and I would turn my avatar a little bit so they face the camera some. We got a nice side profile, but I think it would look better if we saw at least some of the front of your face instead of just the full-on profile here. The other thing is I would consider changing your foreground. So I really love the flower patches you have here. Like, these are beautiful. These are beautiful flower patches. But then we come down here, and it's like just the bush. You know, and it also feels really yellow because you have the Vitalis lantern hitting it. You don't really need the lanterns this week. There's a lot of natural beauty in these flowers. Unless they're shade, then yeah, I would use them. But like this right here looks amazing. And then we come down here and this feels underwhelming because it's like right under this beautiful flower patch. I think your photo would look better if you just brought this flower patch all the way down or did some kind of unique flower bed situation down here in the corners. So I would change the foreground a little bit, and I would definitely get closer to the camera. The last thing I would do is add some beautiful bright green trees to your backdrop. You know, it's spring. Those bright green colors are going to perform really well. Again, you know, shots like we talked about here. You know, you see all these beautiful vibrant greens. And then if we go to Alfira's, same thing, we see these beautiful vibrant greens in the back. If anything, I said I'd love to see even more of those in the back of this shot. So here we have a lot of these gold lanterns. It would be cool to see some green back there behind them. You can do, you know, some simple maples at the back of this build to add more green to your skyline. But I would definitely reconsider the foreground, and I would certainly get a lot closer because your avatar looks beautiful, and it would be nice to get a better look at them. Black Knight, you got two options here. So number 1 and number 2. Oh, dude, that's a good pose. I don't know if Frogger is here right now, but it looks like you commented. That's why Black Knight is getting their review a bit later than they should. Frogger 32091 DLV. I don't know which Twitch member that is, but please read the rules of our Dreamsnaps review forum. These forums are for review only. They're not for discussion. We have a separate channel for that. When you comment on somebody's review, you actually push them out of the queue. So it's in the rules. Please, 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 please do not comment on anybody's snap review. If they wanted comments, they would upload it to the Dreamsnap sharing. There's a whole discussion forum we have. So this is your first warning, Frogger, because I don't know if you're here, but unfortunately we did have to initiate a 3-strike system because certain people just kept ignoring that rule. I don't know why. I've tried. So if you want to maintain access to the Snap Review forum, please do me a big favor and don't comment on people's snaps because it does bother them when it pushes them back in the queue because then they get their review way later. You know, it sucks that it works that way, but that's just how Discord is. All right. So 2 great shots here from Black Knight. You got the first one with the new watering can. I don't know, dude. The goose is so cute. I like the goose a lot. Also, I'm kind of a sucker for Figaro, so like, you know. But is Figaro in the first one? Yeah, he's right here. But Figaro looks even better in this one. You looking over your shoulder. I've just never really seen somebody capture the goose pose this way, and I think it's adorable. Like her looking over her shoulder, it gives us a really good look at the hair, the eyeshadow, the lip, and I don't know. I think the back of this dress actually looks even better than the front, really. Tigger looks really cute here. Ooh, I love the way you've styled the inside of the flower shop here. You have this, like, dark tree behind it here. You have the tree lanterns hanging down. Yeah, this is beautiful, Black Knight. Also, look at that bright, vibrant green in the tree line there. This is what I was talking about, all these beautiful greens. And you're utilizing the new house and the flower stall. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Yeah, I don't really have any recommendations for this one, Black Knight. Keep it exactly as it is. This is beautiful. But between the two, I definitely think the goose pose is the winner here. Hey, Hannibal is next. All right, all right. Lots of flowers. Yeah, you got a lot of nature going on here, which is nice. Now, there are some things I would recommend. It looks like you're in Pixie Acres here, Hannibal. So you're using the natural backdrop back here. I would add some trees behind the fairy blossom, like over here to the left. Like, I think getting some trees back here to get some more, you know, to fill out some of that blue in the sky would be good. And the other thing is, I would add another villager. You have Tinkerbell, but she's extremely tiny. I think if you brought up Rapunzel, you actually have a great spot for her to the left of Tinkerbell. So if we open this, like right here where this ladder is, you kind of have a gap right here behind your flowers where they just stop. If you put Rapunzel right here, she can fill that gap perfectly. And she's a wonderful villager to use for this week. So yeah, really nice flower patch here. I do like that. But yeah, where the, you know, the giant blades of grass in this biome kind of stop, it just feels empty behind that. That's why floating islands are my favorite place to go, because you can customize, fully customize your background. The only option for you would be to put something, if you wanted to fill out the sky in the back, you would have to put something in front of these, which you probably don't want to do. You could maybe move some of them up, like you can move this up a bit, and you can move the fairy blossom up a hair, and maybe you can get some trees back there. But even if you don't, I think this has a great shot at 4K. You have great saturation, really nice color. I do think, you know, an additional villager or two would be really nice for this. If you have the spring style for Minnie or Daisy, that would be awesome. Rapunzel, again, would be a great addition. And I do like the bee. I would just try to do something a little different with your backdrop, your skyline. It's a lot of the same sunflower. And if you were able to give it a bit more diversity, I think people would appreciate it even more. Like if we look at alternate options for skylines, right? Like this, for example. We have sunflowers. We have this like water slide thing that we get from Pixie Acres with the windmill. It looks like a chestnut with a mushroom cap. There's purple trees. There's bellflowers. There's a cotton puff. There's these big purple roses from the castle. There's red trees. There's green trees. That's what I mean about diversity. Like, look at how beautiful the backdrop is on this. And this one, we have a lot of sunflowers. Now, the sunflowers are really pretty, but what if you had them mixed in with other things? That way they can be appreciated a bit more, because it's not, you know, it's not 15 sunflowers. It's 2 sunflowers with 6 giant flowers over here, you know, a beautiful tree. But yeah, a little bit of diversity. You have all this diversity in your flower patch, but not so much in the background. Still think this will get 4K. I'm just mentioning what it might struggle against in the voting phase. Like if it pops up against some snaps that do have beautiful diversity in the backdrop, it could be something that it struggles against. Samarantha, I had fun with this one. 2 versions, Tiny Bees and Mickey Cloud. Okay.
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Let me open chat and see what you did. Was that... I think it was Twitch. Oh, I gotta refresh my chat again. Oh, it was Beagle Mama. Dang, let's go, Beagle Mama. Thank you, my friend. We've already hit today's goal. Dang, we're at 6169. Dude, y'all are crushing it. Thank you so much. Dana Seuss, I'm back. Did I miss mine? I can't remember, Dana. Beagle Mama said I'm late. I'm sorry. Oh, dude, I think, Beagle Mama, I'm pretty sure I put your dream snap on my thumbnail, and I put it on YouTube. I chose 4 of your snaps for my YouTube thumbnail today, since we're live on YouTube. And I posted, I think I posted 2 on Facebook. So only 2 of you I posted on Facebook. I think it was Mama Dukes and you, I think. But welcome, Equal, welcome. And yeah, don't worry about being late. I loved your snap, by the way. All right, so for this one, we got Samarantha. Samarantha. I always mess up your name. Okay, so 2 versions. Saturation's a bit better on the first. So the trees in the back feel a bit brighter. I think you had your saturation boosted a tiny bit more in this one. I love the villagers, by the way. Rapunzel back here is great. Daisy right at the front. Minnie here. The pixie dust and the glowing moss is a fun way to line your path. I like that. The fairy blossom blooming above you is a really nice central piece. And the Mickey Cloud is cool, but I didn't even notice it at first. I think in a lot of ways, the Mickey Cloud is sometimes overrated. It's not the Mickey Cloud I would choose this for. It's the saturation. That's the first thing that caught my eye. It's slightly more vibrant than your other option. The only thing I would likely do a bit differently, or just a tiny bit differently if this were mine, is I would probably have moved some of the giant sunflowers, or like one of them, up a little bit just to fill in a tiny bit more of the skyline. But you really don't have to worry about that, you know. I try not to leave too much sky empty, but you do have the butterflies and the bees up here. So, and even little balloons floating up there, so you do have items up there. You have lots of vibrant green, great choice in your trees. You got the simple maples. That's exactly what I was talking about with the snap we just reviewed. If we had more bright green behind the flowers, it would look so good, but they're in a biome and they can't put anything back there. So, you know, that's the tricky thing. Whereas you are, I think, on a floating island. So you actually were able to use the sunflowers and put some beautiful green trees behind them. So yeah, really good job here, Samarantha. Beautiful work, beautiful work. The eye makeup is pretty funky and fun. Now, how people like that will ultimately, you know, be decided by what kind of voters you get and what you're up against. LOTR Lady. You got 2 here, so 1 and 2. I ended up changing from my first one. The one with the Mickey and Minnie is my current submission. I appreciate your feedback. Okay, so you have Mickey and Minnie over here. That's cute. That's cute. So this is the one you did have. This is the one you have now. I like your first one more. I'm going to be honest. This one's really pretty. I like the bottom. I like the way you have a flower garden, like neat and orderly. Usually I prefer flowers turned different ways if it's in nature. But if it's a garden that you're tending, then having them all lined up looks like you're just making them grow that way. So it works. Now, the reason I like your original so much more is, and I mean a lot more, like I would put this like well above the other one. The only thing this one is missing is villagers. I wish you had added Mickey and Minnie, but kept this snap. Or you can add another villager. I mean, they're both good. I think this is still a 4K worthy snap, but the addition of all these magnolias sucks so much color out of it. The magnolias are pretty at sunset if you can get the saturation just right, but in the midday lighting, they are a very pale pink, almost white. So this snap felt so much more springtime to me because you have so much vibrant color over here. You have so much springtime green, and that's something we've been very big on today. Some of my favorite snaps I've seen really play up those heavy springtime green feels and mix them with all these beautiful flower colors. Like, these are the snaps I think that are going to be stand out this week. And, you know, the one thing they all have in common is they have a wide variety of color diversity, but they also heavily play up that springtime green. I mean, look at this flower stall. We got this as a springtime item. Notice how it has like all this green on it. That's because green is like synonymous with springtime. It's when the green comes back. It's when life returns to all the plants. That's why green is such a big color to play up this week. Your first snap did that so well. But then I think you might have spiraled a bit, and now you've taken away a lot of what made that first snap so good. But your new one's still good. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just not as good as the original was. If you would have sent me just the original and not changed it, I would have said, this is great. Let's just add villagers. You know, a few villagers to this would be awesome. But I love all the colors you have back here. The only other downside, LOTR, is it looks like you once again built on the edge of a floating island, which is why you have all these gaps here. So, you know, just keep in mind, I really want everyone to grasp there is no advantage to building on the edge of a floating island. You should always be really far away from the edge from where you're building. The issue here is, let's say my advice was, oh, you should put a row of hedges back here. You can't. That's the edge. You can't fit anything back there. Or if I'm like, oh, you should put the fairy blossom back here so you can have a big tree trunk with flowers. You can't. That's the edge of the island. There is no benefit to building on the edge of the island. There are only drawbacks. So if we go to another snap, you know, like this, look at how far away from the edge they are. They were able to do so much with their backdrop. If we go to Sunshine's again, or Alfira's, this is a beautiful example. You can't even see the edge of the island they're on. And I know they're on an island, but like, look at the tree line, the flowers. They were able to fully customize their backdrop because they gave themselves plenty of space. So I'm not saying you have to do that this week, LOTR, but for your next Dreamsnap submissions, certainly you need to get away from the edge of the island. Now, in some cases, you might want to use water on the island. And you're like, oh, Senpai said don't go to the edge. The shoreline is not the edge. You can decorate in the water, therefore it's not the edge. It's the edge for your player, but it's not the edge for decoration. So stay away from the edge of decoration because you cannot control the background at that point. Now, that's probably why you added all these pink plants so you can make it to where we couldn't see through the snap. That's probably why you added all the magnolias, because you didn't have a lot of room. And I still think this is a likely candidate for 4K. I just think your original was better. It had more of a springtime feel. So I did like this one a bit more. I just think it could have used a villager or two. But this one's still really pretty. I would maybe tone down some of the magnolias though, and try to bring back some vibrant green. I think, you know, if you do that, this could still end up being just as good as the first one. But I do love the way you set this up. Like Tinkerbell's house back here, the sunflowers, the honeycomb table, the snail. There's so many fun colors. It feels so springy. The only drawback is that, you know, we can see right through it. It's the edge. And we also don't have villagers here. So we fixed the villager problem. We fixed being able to see through the snap, but we also removed a lot of color. So I would see if there's something you can do to kind of balance that color out and bring some of those greens and fun colors back if possible. Casey. Sweet Dreamer Casey. Hey, Senpai. As always, I appreciate your advice. Thanks. You're welcome. You're welcome. Beautiful foreground here. I love the way you've mixed flowers with these flower bushes. I've seen a lot of people use these flower bushes today, but the wheelbarrows look so much better. But in your case, you actually use the flower bushes quite well because you tuck some flowers in between them. It made them feel more diverse. So that's nice. You got a nice silhouette around the avatar. Really good outfit choice. Nice and close to the camera. You got Rapunzel painting. Though, you do have the really good Rapunzel dream style. I love her painting, but the downside here is you can't see her spring style. All you can really see are the flower pieces in her hair. She still looks good here, though. But I think it would look even better if you got her other animation. This one, especially for that outfit. Like, look at all these flowers she has. They're so cool. But this is still really pretty getting her to paint a picture. Like, I like it. I like it. Minnie looks good. Little marble fountain under the gazebo is really pretty. You got lots of greens at the top. And we got some magnolias kind of blended into the scene. I would like to see a tiny bit more vibrant green, but I think the overall layering of this is quite strong. I think it'll definitely get 4K. Beautiful, beautiful job. Dana Sue. My final idea. Any feedback is appreciated. Okay. All right. So, really pretty picture with you holding the squirrel and Aurora holding the sunbird. Though the setting isn't quite the best. So this challenge, if we revisit the theme, welcome spring with color. So spring is the play this week. Notice how every single demonstration photo is in the meadow or plaza biome. None of them are in the forest biome. That's because, again, as we've said many times today, that bright green color is synonymous with spring. That's the color of spring, that bright green. The same bright green this guy has on his vest, the same bright green that's on the flower stall we got from the StarPath, the same bright green that makes up the grass in the meadow and the grass in the plaza. That's why every single one of these demonstration photos is in the plaza or meadow. All of them, except for this indoor one. Welcome spring with color. Create vibrant floral spaces. Put on your brightest flowery outfit and celebrate the season's arrival. That's what the challenge is asking us to do. Now, the Forest of Valor biome with this tall, dark grass, this grass is not vibrant. It is not colorful. It is not spring. So this is a really pretty picture, I think, you know, with the two of them, but it's just not, it's not as on theme as the other shots we've seen, unfortunately. So I like the bright green grass or bright green trees you have here in the top. If you would have done this in the meadow or plaza, it would have been so much better. It would have felt more spring. So going back, you know, look at this bright green grass here. This has a really good spring feel. Just like these wings, this bright green on the wings, the bright green on the trees. The challenge asked us to create bright and vibrant floral spaces. Unfortunately, this space is not bright or vibrant. You do have bright and vibrant elements in this space, don't get me wrong. Like, you know, these flowers over here are bright and vibrant. These over here are bright and vibrant. But, you know, the goal of these snaps is to tell you my honest thoughts and what areas you could potentially improve in. And for this one, I think you could have gone with a much better location. I think if you would have made this in, again, the meadow or plaza floating island, this could have done a lot better and would have done a lot better. It could still potentially get 4K. The pose of both of you guys holding pets is cute. The other thing is you're wearing a white dress that shows pretty much no color. There's some green vines on the back. Put on your brightest flowery outfit and celebrate the season's arrival. With the, we can't really see any flowers on your outfit. There's a beautiful rose on this dress, but it's on the front. So, and you didn't do a hairstyle that shows flowers. So, as a quick revisit, you know, bright flowery outfit, you know, there's flowers all over this one. It's also bright. It's got lots of great colors. So, looking through, you'll see there's a pretty common trend with outfits. They're all colorful, they're all vibrant, and they all feature a lot of flowers. The only other person that used the white dress showed the front of it, and even for this one, I said I'm a little concerned with the dress. I think it's a little risky this week. I think it's a little risky. But yeah, as you can see here, you know, we have a lot of diversity in the outfits, but there was only one other person that wore the white dress. And that kind of shows you that it's not very popular for the theme this week. You know, mainly because it doesn't really fit what the theme description says the best. Guru, thank you for the hundo. 4 hours in. I know, dude, I know. We have so many snaps to review today. I'm hoping to be done. I'm hoping I'm almost there. But yeah, we're moving right along. We're moving right along. But
as
you know,
the president of this great nation, I believe every citizen should worship the
all
almighty blob.
But you know, if this had been made in the meadow or plaza and you had that bright green springtime grass, you could just change the outfit and give yourself more of, and you know, the pose idea here is really cute, you know, and it is a pretty scene overall. The gold, you know, on the backdrop here is really nice on the skyline. And then you have a nice little array of flowers around the photo. But with the challenge asking us to make floral spaces, having the flowers just kind of on the outskirts of the environment takes away from it being really like a floral space. If you look at the other submissions we have, this would be a floral space. Like, it's kind of loaded with flowers. They're not just like on the outskirts, you know, they're around the gazebo, they're on the gazebo, they're on the arch, they're in the foreground, they're in the background, the midground. And that's what you'll see with a lot of these snaps. The flowers are kind of everywhere. The whole space is flowery. And there's a lot of those bright greens. Now, like I said, I do really like your photo. I think it's really pretty. And I love the way you did the poses. You still have time. It's only Monday. You can always keep this one submitted. And if you have some extra time, what if you paid a visit to the Meadow Floating Island and you did this same exact pose with these two, except you chose a different dress and you played up vibrant spring colors more? I'll tell you some great items to consider if you try that. The flower stall from the current STARPATH. It's new. This is the best challenge we've had for it so far. It's got great spring colors, and it goes really good with flowers. Aside from the flower stall, pocket flowers. You know, make a nice, beautiful field of flowers. Grab some poppies, sunflowers, birds of paradise, luminescent flowers, you know, there's so many beautiful flowers. And use them not just on the outskirts, but like maybe you can have like a little path with flowers on both sides. And then for your trees, stick with bright green, you know, maples like these and bright green birch trees like these to get those nice spring notes. So if you have time, I would reapproach the way you've done this, but keep the idea because it's a good idea. You with the squirrel, Aurora with the sunbird is super cute. I would stick with that. I would just change the dress and I would change the setting. But I think your idea here could do really, really well. Yes, Caroline Rose, and I posted mine. Had to leave for a minute, but not sure if you saw it. Any snaps that are... we will definitely get to yours tomorrow. Any snaps that are uploaded after the stream starts get reviewed on Tuesday. But now that you are participating in snap reviews, for next week, as soon as we get the challenge Wednesday, as long as you upload your snap before I go live on Monday, you will get a review on Monday. But I got you tomorrow. My stream schedule is typically I stream for 3 hours, but on Mondays and Tuesdays, I usually have to stream for like 4 or even 5 hours to get to everybody. So once I go live, I can't take any more because I'm all filled up. But I got you for sure. You'll be first tomorrow because you're probably one of the first ones to upload. But yeah, you'll be really early in tomorrow's stream. And just so you know, I go live around 3:30. And it'll also be on Discord too. So if you miss it, you can always go back. You don't have to be here for your review, but you can be. But yeah, I used to kind of take them in the same day. We did that for a while. And I also used to do snap reviews for everybody, like followers and supporters. But fortunately and unfortunately, the snap review streams got so popular and so busy that I had to change the way I was doing them. When I first started doing these, it got to the point to where I would go live at 3 and I would be here till like after 10 p.m. And I also, you know, as you know, I edit a lot and I do a lot of stuff with YouTube as well. So it got to the point where it was hard for me to like make videos or manage my socials because my Monday and Tuesday streams were going so long. So I had to make a difficult decision and switch it to supporter only. So now we just review, and even with just reviewing supporter Dream Snaps, it still takes me like 4 or 5 hours on Mondays and Tuesdays. And we also, you know, we set it up to where, because another thing that was happening was once I would go live on Monday doing the reviews, I would see that I had like 60, and then I would get to the end of them, but then I would have like another 20 because like people add them afterwards. So that I could set the pace for like how quick I need to move through the snaps for that day, I had a cutoff time to where snaps that come in after we start the broadcast will be reviewed the next day. But on Tuesday, even if you upload after I go live, I'll still do yours because it's the last day, so I'll make sure I get it. But yeah, now that you're in the Discord for it, you know, if you upload your snap to the review stream forum between Wednesday and when I go live Monday, you'll get a review right on Monday. Marpelli, hello, having trouble deciding which composition pose is best. So I have 3 options at the moment. Thanks for your advice. Okay. Oh, your avatar looks just like my avatar. She's so pretty. I like it. Oh my God, the bee is so cute too. Wow, these are all really nice. I like these. Beautiful work here, Marpelli. Beautiful work. So we got the one, I like how they're both kind of like weaving, like Aurora's kind of going to the left and Rapunzel's kind of going to the right. That's fun. This one has really nice balance, and I love the blur you have here. I like the way you set up the aperture. Like even this lantern has a slight blur to it, but the characters are all very in focus. Wow, Marpella, you did really good this week. These are beautiful. I especially love these lanterns here. That's so fun. So I think I'm going to say no on the first one. But if this was like your only submission, I'd be like, hell yeah, this is awesome. But we're gonna lean more into this one and this one. Number 1, your saturation seems better. Like I can tell in the pink in this one at the top with your magnolias. I can tell you boosted saturation on this one because these feel way more saturated. They feel really good here. Also, the way you did your eyeshadow looks like pearlescent. It looks like pink to blue. That's so cool. Honestly, I would go with this one because of the eyeshadow and the blur. The middle one, I think, is my favorite. You also have really good balance between Rapunzel and Aurora here. Like, I really like, you know, the space that you have between each. Like, the distance from shoulder to shoulder is pretty even. You have really good layering with all the flowers in the environment. And you have loads of that vibrant, bright green springtime, you know, coloration. So really good job this week, Marpelli. I would definitely choose this one as it really does well to showcase that kind of pearlescent makeup eyeshadow you have here. Like this blue fading into the light pink is beautiful. The bee is super cute. And Aurora and Rapunzel look perfect. I love the aperture here too. Like I said, the way everything kind of blurs, especially like even this lantern, even though it's like hanging pretty close, it has like a subtle blur to it. Looks really nice. But yeah, the middle one's a winner for me. Well done, Marpelli. Well done. This is beautiful. Great job. Sarah Lilies. Looks like you got 3. And last one. Okay. All right, so this was your first. Well, let's mark out the first. The problem with the first is it's very empty down here in the foreground. You have a lot of leaf-strewn path. Like, you have the flowers here, and you know, Not a Spill in the Pot is really cute, but Minnie is taking up a lot of space here. We don't get a great view of the avatar, and the bottom 20% or so is the pathway. So let's not do that one. Already I'm liking this one more. You've transitioned from the leaf strewn path to this brick path. You've layered it really well with the different flowers. You're showcasing a ton of green, and you still have your really fun idea of not knocking over the flower pots. I like that. I like that. That's really cute. And now your last one has Pluto as well. Well, the other one has Pluto, but he's kind of on the edge. This one's the best. Your middle one. So it's the framing for me on this one. You have a really good showcase of the avatar here. In your last one, she's a little further away, and we don't really need Mickey behind her as well. I think there's enough going on behind you. I think our focus should be on the scene here, like the villagers we have and what's happening here. So we don't really need to throw another villager in the mix. And then, you know, Pluto's coming out a bit more in this one. But this one's great. Pluto just kind of blurred on the edge. Nana looking happy that she just made a mess. Minnie and you matching is fantastic. You have this beautiful rainbow behind you, and the flowers look great. It has a really good springtime feel. Now, normally I would recommend one change to this, but since you have the aperture and the blur up, it's not a big deal. But, you know, we could see through your snap, but thankfully the blur minimizes how much that's going to matter. And maybe having a bright green tree behind the magnolia would have been good. Just, you know, because you have bright green here, and then we have, like, gray sky over the magnolia, so a little bit more green back here would be cool. But don't worry about it. You got a really good shot of the villagers here, and I think you're really selling the little scene you've created, so I would keep this one submitted rather than trying to capture this again. Very fun, very fun. Good job, Sarah Lilies. Good job. Bobbity Boo. Oh, it's our third one with the white dress. Well, I'm not a huge fan of this dress this week, Bobbity Boo, as you know, because I've discussed it. I also mentioned it in my Thursday YouTube video. It is a floral dress, so it does work with the challenge, but the one downside with the dress here is that it's not necessarily bright or colorful, which is, you know, something the challenge really hinted towards. However, it does still work with the theme, and I actually do like the way this looks. I'm not saying the dress is bad. I'm just saying it comes with a little bit of a risk, you know, because I think there's going to be a lot of popular snaps that are playing up these very bright and colorful looks. And, you know, when you go up against those, it could be tough if your snap has, like, a fair amount of white. So, you know, it's nice that you've added so much color to the rest of your scene here. I also really like the expression. It looks like you're using the bee pose, but you're hiding the bee, so you're looking up into the sky, like taking in the wonders of spring. So I really like the direction you took with this one. Rono, thank you for the gift, my friend. Much appreciated, much appreciated. And that went to Precious. Oh, that's nice of you. Yeah, I think Precious was talking about, you know, hopefully submitting a snap at some point, so that's awesome. That's awesome. I made Samantha clip you saying that you like the red hair, by the way. Oh my god, why would you do that? Are you gonna try to start spreading the lies, the heresy that I'm a ginger again? Are we gonna do that? Are we gonna start spreading falsehoods once more? Because I promise, I'm not. I'm really not. But yeah, I like the fairy blossom behind you. Gives you a lot of blooms. Nice bright greens there. Bright greens on the right. Flower wheelbarrows for your foreground. We get the little flower bushes here. The flower shop. And I really like this little green shed here. That's really pretty. For years, Bobbity Boo, I do love how you've done the hair and makeup to work really well with the dress. And I think you've brought in more color to this look. So I think you pulled off the dress better than most I've seen wearing it. But I would love to see an alternative version of this same snap with a more colorful outfit, just so we can cross-compare and discuss what might work better with voters. But yeah, very fun. The other thing you can attempt to do is potentially add a villager somewhere, but I'm not too sure where you would put them. It's nice to have them a bit closer up, and there's not really, you know, wherever you put them, they would block something cool. Like, I wouldn't want to block the shed. I wouldn't want to block the flower shop, so I don't think you 100% need them. But yeah, beautiful shot here. Horty, I'm almost done, buddy. I'm almost done. Actually, I think I might be done with all the snaps that came in before. Yeah, we have a few new ones. There was Horizontal, Heavenly Games, Caroline Rose, Crafty Joe. It's okay, Hordy. My cat is screaming at me. Buddy, I'm almost done. Please be patient. Almost done, buddy. So you guys will be first up tomorrow. I said all done. Okay, great, great, great. So for our new friends, I know we had several new supporters join on our YouTube stream today for the Community Snap Reviews. Thank you, you guys. Welcome. Welcome to the community. It's been great to be going live on YouTube as well. I've been wanting to do this for a while. You guys have been asking me to do this for a while. I've had a lot of people on YouTube, you know, saying, when are you going to start streaming on YouTube? And I'm like, sometime in 2026. I'm gonna try. I promise. I'm gonna try. And here I am. I finally started. I haven't really posted or like, you know, communicated that much that I'm live here yet. I just figured people will find me when they find me. I'm still working out the kinks. The biggest issue I have is I'm using software to combine my Twitch and my YouTube chat, and it is not, no matter what I do, it's not detecting my YouTube. I'm gonna see if I reopen it while live. Maybe it will. So because of that, I often miss comments on my YouTube stream, and I really want to fix that. My goal is to have YouTube and Twitch, on my end at least, in the exact same place. And I've done that before because I've dual streamed before on multiple platforms. But for some reason, I just have an issue with my YouTube where it's not registering right now. So yeah, I'm gonna have to find out why. But yeah, my software is showing all my Twitch comments, but it disconnects from YouTube like every time. Hang on, what if I connect to YouTube while live? Zero monitored broadcast. Okay, well, let's see if I can monitor it. I think the only way, I might actually have to make YouTube my primary stream and Twitch my secondary, inside of OBS. Like if I make YouTube my primary, because Twitch is my primary stream, but if I make YouTube my primary inside of OBS, it might actually register at that point. Or I might just download and try a different chat combining software. But I've been troubleshooting this for the past few days, and yeah, it doesn't want to register my YouTube chat whatsoever. All right. But yeah, thank you guys. Bonnie said hi there, first time being able to join a live. Happy to be able to catch it. It's actually my first. This is a rare kind of, you know, Bonnie, you haven't missed a lot of streams of mine on Twitch. I don't go live on Twitch ever. Or sorry, not Twitch, YouTube. So this is brand new. This is my first dual stream where I'm live on both Twitch and YouTube with Dreamlight Valley. Frog, hello, my friend, hello. But good to have you, Bonnie, good to have you. I've been streaming on Twitch for a long time, 5 days a week, but you know, a lot of you guys want me to start going live on YouTube, so here we are. And I'll be live again tomorrow as well. And I'm planning on, like, pretty much all my streams being dual, and maybe even more. Like, I might eventually start streaming on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, and, I don't know, everywhere at once. So, yeah, we just finished up our Snap reviews for today. We have several more to do tomorrow. I want to give a very, very big thank you again to you guys that joined the YouTube members over here on YouTube. It's growing. It's fun. You know, we have a lot of Twitch supporters. We've been on Twitch for a long time. So that's where most people are. But on YouTube, since I like never really stream over here, I think we only have like 30 or so channel members. So it's cool to see that growing. I think we gained close to 10 today because Sunshine gifted 5, and then like I think 3 or 4 of you became members. So now we're like, you know, we've increased our YouTube members by like 30% in a stream, so that's pretty crazy. But yeah, welcome you guys. Thank you. And I'm gonna over the weekend, this coming weekend, I would do it this week, but I have a lot of editing to do. There's a lot of shorts and things I'm trying to work on. But this weekend, I'm going to try to add some features for YouTube members. I'll try to give you guys some cool badges and, you know, maybe change the badges, maybe give you guys some cool emotes. I do have a lot of emotes on Twitch. Like, there's so many, and I can just use those same ones on YouTube for you guys as well. But yeah, thanks for being here, you guys. Thanks for being here. It was awesome. So, if you enjoyed the stream, thank you. And I appreciate you guys giving me one of the most valuable things you can give any creator, your time. I will catch you all tomorrow as we wrap up these reviews. Now, on Tuesdays, it's a bit different. We'll start by reviewing everyone that did not get a review today. So if you uploaded for a review after the stream started, you will get a review at the beginning of tomorrow's stream. Once we do that, we open up for re-reviews. So if you did get a review today, you will be eligible for a re-review tomorrow, which means if I gave you advice and you want to follow it, it's your snap. But if you're like, you know what, Senpai, that sounds like a good idea, then you can submit both your old and new snap, and we can cross-compare and see if it went in the right direction, which is really important for the advice because we want to make sure the snap is improving. We don't want it to, you know, end up getting a lower rank after the review, right? Now, to be eligible for a re-review, you need to get a Monday review. So snaps we review on Tuesday, we might not be able to re-review, but if we finish early, I will take re-reviews from Tuesday reviews. So my streams are 3 to 3.5 hours. So if we get done with all the reviews by then, if there's anybody that gets a review tomorrow that wants a re-review, I will do my best to get it. But, you know, if it's like today and we end up streaming for 4 or more hours, then we likely won't be able to do re-reviews for Tuesday submissions. All right, well, I think that covers everything, right, guys? Right, chat? We go over everything? All right. Well, with that, I think we're done for today. Appreciate you guys watching. If you came in late and you missed me going over your snap, this will be uploaded to YouTube, so you can go back and watch any moment that you want. You can find your snap. You can see what we said about other snaps. And even if you don't submit for review, you can learn some pretty cool things. And, you know, not just from me, but from these amazing snaps we look at. There's so many good ideas out there. So checking out these streams can be super helpful. All right, guys. I'll see y'all tomorrow. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, and stay healthy. And have a wonderful night. Thanks for being part of my first dual Dreamlight Valley YouTube and Twitch stream. And we'll wrap up the reviews tomorrow. Ta-ta for now.